Hello everyone and welcome your beautiful faces back here to the Stallions Series brought to you by Tabani Esports and Bloodmoon Esports. As today we are going to be initiating ourselves in our third day's worth of action for the last day of the playoffs. I forgot the name of the stage. No, it's the playoffs that we're going to be having happening today. My name is Max. I'm going to be one of your casters for today. And Red Queen did not know we were going live just 20 seconds ago. And how are you doing, Red?
No, because we were having such a very good conversation off air, so I wasn't really paying attention to the time. But yes, welcome back to the Stallion Series, everyone. And you know what, Max? The tension is already at its peak, as we enter the decisive matches that will determine who qualifies for the grand finals. So after 2 intense days of action, FaZe Clan has established a commanding lead with 107 points and 2 winner-winner chicken dinners. But the race for the other qualifying spots is, of course, still wide open. We've seen incredible performances, shocking upsets and nail-biting finishes yesterday. So today, we will witness, the culmination of all the hard work, strategy, and of course the skill these teams have already put in. So I am pretty much stoked already and prepped for an epic conclusion to the Stallion Series playoffs. After all, we're playing the final 6 matches today.
Yeah, that's the perfect word to describe it. It's going to be epic, guys. You want to stick around for the entire 6 matches of today to see which 16 teams will be advancing to the finals here of this Stallion Series tournament. But of course, as you said, FaZe Clan were popping off. But a lot of the teams that are towards the top here, Red, they played their 2 days worth of play in the playoffs. So they're already done and dusted. There are some teams that have currently also only played 1 day and they're looking very comfortable. I'm looking at 7th Element, DRS, 4 Thrives, Knockout Esports. They're chilling. They're going to have a great time today as they play their last day of the playoffs, and they're going to be making it in top 16. But really, we are going to focus our attention towards the bottom of the leaderboards to see who can make it the entire way to get a chunk of this juicy, juicy prize pool. 500,000 PKR, about 1,800 USD. And that's going to be, interesting to see, Red, who is going to be taking the lion's share of that prize pool in the next coming weeks.
The biggest slice of the cake per se. But yeah, I mean, it's 1,800 US dollars, but for pesos, man, it's a really huge moolah right there. It's 100,000 pesos, so I think I can buy a lot of things with that one. But yes, you're right. We're looking also to any player here that might take home an MVP prize. Are we going to give? Yes, sir, we are actually 30,000 Pakistani rupees.
It's about $100, if I'm not mistaken in my conversion. My conversion brain is not on because you have to do math, and as I know myself really well, I'm not good at math. But I know it's about, I think it's about 108.30 something, but we're very close to that. But there are a few contenders for that, but especially, actually, Red, from what we've witnessed, there's a very high chance it's going to be a playoff FaZe maybe taking it. So it would be cool to be. The MVP is that guy, number 2, takes home the extra 30,000 PKR to see who's going to be able to get it. But of course, we'll see heading into the finals. We're going to have a bit of a reset over there. And looking, of course, at the point system. Same old, 10 points worth of placement points for that chicken dinner. Going down to 6, 5, 4. Trickles down to 1 in 8th place. And if you are below 8th place, that's the 0 point. That's the goose egg going your way, and that's not what you want. And of course, 1 point equal 1 elimination, which is always going to be the focal point for a lot of these teams, Red, that like to be hyper aggressive.
And just like what you can see on the screen here, ladies and gents, we have a total of 3 days for the playoffs, and then we're going to kick things off, of course. I'm not really part of the grand finals just yet, but yeah, hopefully you guys have already marked your calendars because the top 16 teams, it's going to be revealed for tonight, and I will definitely be showing you guys just who will make it or who will secure a spot in the grand finals. You know what? Ending day number 2 yesterday, Max, FaZe Clan. You brought it up, those guys, star players, guy number 3, guy number 4, they have been lighting up the kill feed, but they've also faced like stiff competition from players like Octane and Sky, who also made it to the list of the overall top performers. So the clash of styles is evident, and the FaZe Clans, I believe, strategic rotations versus the aggressive pushes of teams like what you mentioned a while ago, 7th Element. And there's the story of Originating Esports as well, who have shown remarkable resilience and teamwork to climb back into the contention. So today, I do wonder what kind of stories will unravel this evening.
I feel like we're going to have so many great conclusions for some of these teams. But also we have to keep in mind, right, that today is the day where we are going to be, unfortunately, sending some teams away from the Stallion Series. 8 teams today are unfortunately going to be told, nope, you're not passing, you're not making it to the finals, you will have to try harder for next tournament around the corner. Here we go, those looking at some extra teams that are going to be playing today, but just in case also you're not up to date on who is playing today, Group A and Group C are going to be playing up against each other, which means the teams of Group B are not going to be playing. That's going to be Spins S1, Exotics Esports, Face Clan, Horror Esports, Red Saints, Hyper Ruler, A1 Esports, and Meter Shot Esports, which means a lot of the DRS Nepali fans are going to be hyped because they're back on board. They're ready to play. And as we said already, they're looking pretty good in the rankings. Actually, realistically speaking here, I have a question for you, Red. Seventh Element, okay. DRS, 4 Thrives. They're not that far off. They're about like 50 points away from Face Clan in first place. 50 points is definitely doable in a day. Do you think we're going to see one of those 3 teams maybe overtake the first place from Face Clan?
They're the first team to actually cross that triple-digit score, and they were able to put up, like massive points onto the scoreboard. I'm not disregarding the possibility that a team can actually dethrone Face Clan, in the overall rankings. But then again, we're talking about like really ending the game with like a double-digit score in order for them to take away that spot from FaZe. But looking at the situation, FaZe Clan have been, dominating from the get-go. So perhaps they have amassed enough points for them to actually stay at the top.
Okay, I mean, I'm looking at the numbers here, Red, because the numbers, that's all that matters are the numbers. The best performing day of FaZe Clan, they got 55 points. That was day 1 of the playoffs. The best day of play of the 3 other teams I mentioned, which are 7th Element, DRS, and 4 Thrives, in order, their best day, which is the only day, they got 59 points, 58 points, and 58 points respectively. All of them had a higher earning point day than FaZe Clan total, and they played 2 days. So as of right now, I would say I'm looking especially at 4 Thrives Esports to overtake. I think there's a very good chance 4 Thrives overtake FaZe Clan by the end of today's 6 matches. So that's going to be my bold prediction of the day. People know I tend to curse teams, which I don't do on purpose, but 4 Thrives, from what we've seen yesterday, they had a fantastic start, almost very close to that 10-point average, which is fantastic in a lobby like this. I think 4 Thrives might have it. You know what? I don't know if you have like one team in particular you want to pick out of those 3, but I'm going to go 4 Thrives all the way.
Well, day 1, DRS has emerged as the early front runner, securing the top spot with an impressive 58 points as well across 6 matches. They've showcased consistent gameplay and strategic rotation as well, proving rather they're serious contender for the championship. And yes, you're right. We've seen some impressive performances, from other teams as well. Horror Esports has made a notable climb to 4th place with 77 points. Showing great improvement from their day number 1 performance. However, A1 Arrow's situation is also uncertain, because I know that A1 is also one of the crowd's favorite. Despite climbing to the 12th place here, Max, they won't be competing on day number 3, which is of course today. So leaving their chances of qualifying for the grand finals, it's definitely in doubt. I mean, this highlights the importance of every single match in this competitive tournament. So I do wonder if A1's still going to be making it. As you can see on the screen, we got some teams here, especially from the second page that only played 6 matches. So definitely we will be seeing a change in the landscape, a lot of reshuffle when it comes to the first page. So I do wonder if FaZe really will be dethroned. But yeah, I mean, it was a great point. 4 Thrives really doing is great. Same thing goes for 7th Element. But there's also Valerian Esports who kind of also doing well. Even Mirror Shot.
Yeah, a lot of teams that are like newcomers really in the scene have been doing really well for themselves. I do want to update the audience real quick. There was 4MV in 9th place. That is actually Spins as they got replaced. So just so we keep that up to date, that is not actually 4MV. And as of right now, actually looking at Spins in particular, as we bring them up, they're 9th position, 57 points. And currently the cutoff points for 16th and 17th, which is teams below 16th, are going to be kicked out. Well, kicked out. That's a bit rude. Unfortunately, not going to advance to the next stage. That's a nicer way to put it. Are currently standing at about 36 to 30 points in 16th and 17th position, respectively. Which means that right now, if we just at like double the points of those teams, which is realistically what we can expect to do today, right, Red? There's a chance that even Spins that are not playing today could be out of the running for the finals. Not only them, there's those other teams like also Hyper Ruler could be in a tough spot, A1 Esports. A lot of teams just are not playing today, right? Might be looking in the background at this stream like, if these teams do too well, we're done. We're not going to the finals. So they're going to have a lot of stress and they can't do anything about it, which is always a horrible, horrible situation to be in as we get ready for our first game of the day here, going into the SANHOK for day 3 of the playoffs.
Oh my goodness, here we go, kicking things off in SANHOK. As you all know, this is a fast-paced map, I can say, so there will be a lot of drop clashes that's gonna happen in just a while. As we can see, the teams are trying to prep up to drop to their favorite areas. They're opening their shoots up already. I just wonder, where is the fly pad? Okay, it's a little bit onto the left side of the screen here, starting from Cow, ending in Tambang, and pretty much this is a small map, so you know all of the teams here have the chance to get to their favorite drop spots. But we will be focusing, I guess, our attention to boot camp area because this is a party place.
Boot camp is always a little bit busy, but actually, because FaZe are not here, it could be relatively open. We'll have to see. I'm seeing Painan having multiple teams, even towards Summer Camp. Charlie is looking pretty busy. We are going to be having then a Northwestern Phase 1 circle. We're going to be looking good for 7th Element, for Thrives. I8 also got himself a little bit of a split. They got 2 players. Actually, this is a big split we're seeing from I8 Red. We're seeing Crypto over on Trifecta, Trinder south side of Hattin. Actually, wait. Is this the first day Crypto's played? I did not see Crypto play the other days. I'm pretty confident
I think it
in saying that's his
did.
first day, right? Yeah.
I think it did yesterday. I think
Crypto.
he played. We'll be keeping a close eye on you, Crypto. But anyway, Demon Esports opening up the matches here with a fight up against RRQ, ladies and gents. And you all know that RRQ took a break. And now they're back here for our final 6 matches this evening. I mean, Cybar just cooked up a nade there, tried to flush him out from that house, but I don't think it's going to be happening. But Demon Esports right now making a move still up against RRQ. Kella obviously trying to find a sweet spot that he could take down a Nogat and a Sambo, but let's see if he can actually do that as well.
Cyber with the DBS behind the window. Great initial shot, doing so much work, puts 2 players down to mid HP. While also the other player of RRQ going to be shut down in the middle of Corey, in the water. Keller getting so much work done here for Demon Esports. But RRQ will prevail, will stand strong in their compound. Though their teammate over there, as you can see him, he's behind the rock, behind the boulder. I think the odds of him coming back to life are very, very slim. And another fight is going to be happening, a 1v1 currently, and that's going to be Road to Glory losing their first player of this SANHOK match.
Hey, this is what we came for. All of the action, all of the trade-offs, and that's exactly what we're getting right now coming from all of the teams. Of course, they brought their A game for the final day here of the playoffs. Now, Road to Glory here, we've got Sasuke. Ooh, Ninja, 24K. Okay. He has a high ground advantage, probably keeping an eye on those players that has been occupying that compound, and he just probably just waiting for the right timing there to go for a crash, but definitely be waiting for the rest of the team to arrive. But for the side of Demon, we already have Cybar out of the game here, and Kella, of course, trying to pick the moment on where he can take down some take some other players of RRQ, but I don't know where the rest of the guys are. Are they going for a pinch? Are they holding on to a multiple angle here? All I can see is Assassin just waiting for that. Oh, okay. Kella just waiting for that right opening shot.
I mean, I think that here RRQ are playing the best way they could, which is leaving the fight. Just don't take the interaction. It's just not worth it whatsoever. And try and rotate, because we saw Phase 1 circle, right? It's up northwest. It's quite far away from Barn Quarry area, so you don't want to waste too much time on that rotation. We need to be quickly in the circle to play off the entirety of the match and hopefully go for the win. Looking at DRS, though, already got 1 elimination on board. The power looking good, and that's a clean break coming out from the guy. I cannot say his name. Who is this? I can't say your name, man. I wish I could, but the DRS, that guy, number 5, got the flush, and very nice elim. Good job.
Hey, Kakashi wouldn't be proud at you, Sasuke. But anyway, 17 teams still, ladies and gents. No one has gotten the boot just yet, but Killfit is definitely lighting up. We've got Mafia on the ground here, coming from 7 Shore. Now SI8 again. Already down to just 3 members here. Motu, oh, another one bites the dust, and I bet he's already out of the game as well. But we're waiting for the confirmation, of course. Just I'm looking at the screen here, and it keeps on lagging. So hopefully, I'm delivering, all of the right play-by-plays given the circumstances.
Oh, unfortunately, The lag is constant with red. It seems that's well, hopefully it gets better as the day advances. But don't worry, you're doing just fine. You're doing a-okay. Though we're going to be having a big push of DRS happening on the northern high ground. And DRS now still have 4 players alive. Killer taking a ton of damage, but his teammates are there to back him up. And that's going to be knockout. They're losing some extra players. And things are not quite going their way. And we do have a very, very good initiation of DRS. Looking for the 2 final players, though, Freestyler and also Alpha Boy. Though the util, I think he heard the pin. Example, being respectful, like, yeah, I don't want to deal with that nade. Goes on back, waits for his teammates to go for the re-engage, possibly. But I do see further in the background, a team could possibly go for a third party. And as unfortunately as I say that, Crypto gets knocked down for IA and might get flushed in the coming seconds.
To be honest, I have a strong feeling for the boards of DRS to, you know, like really come off victorious from this fight. Not just only from this fight, but for the entirety of the playoffs. I mean, you've got 4 tries, but I feel like DRS is going to be reclaiming their spot since they ended that, I mean, day number 1 at the top. But Batman, oh, man, the Dark Knight is not really doing too good as he got sent back to the lobby here.
Clean.
Same thing goes with Hasib and Alpha Boy 7, and just like that, man, no elimination points whatsoever. And I don't think they're gonna be coming back for more, so we'll see them in the next rounds to come.
I'm a big fan of how Example was playing that fight, because he could have overcommitted and overstepped so many times, but he was respectful. He's like, no, I'm just waiting, getting information, allowing my teammates not only to join and assist me in a 2v2 fight, but also have my 2 other teammates that are not fully directly involved to get a very solid angle on that engagement to kind of limit the movement of the opposing team. I think the way Example played it here was very, very on point. And it makes me happy to see DRS doing well here. I'm still hoping for the day here, Red, where we see a Nepali team get back to a really high rank in a global tournament. I think the last time was DRS back in Jakarta. That was like 3 years ago now, I believe. I want to see Nepal pop off in a global event. It might happen this year. I mean, last year was the year of what? South Korea, Japan, and Brazil. Maybe this year's the year of Nepal. And maybe Pakistan. Who knows? I would love to see it.
I do have a question for you. Okay.
Okay.
Do you believe that do you believe that this is going to be a new era for the Koreans? Do you think that Koreans can actually last long when it comes to their supremacy in PMGC? Do you think that they can continue on dominating the lobbies?
Well, I have seen that D plus Kia has re-signed the entire roster, so I'm going to say yes,
Yes.
for D plus Kia in particular. But one thing I do want to see about South Korea, I don't know if you would agree with this point, actually. I feel like a lot of the time when we see Japanese teams and South Korean teams in global tournaments, it's very often the same names. Very often it's like the few 3, 4 teams that have typically the same players. I'm hoping we see new blood of those regions that we've never seen play globally, join global and just surprise us. Maybe not win the whole thing, but just like, oh, this guy put his name on the map. We know who he is now globally, and we can kind of start building those overarching storylines. But I think that South Korea is gonna keep popping off because, come on, they played so damn well going in PMGC this year. What do you think?
Definitely. But you know, I was to be honest, I was expecting DRX to really dominate PMGC. I mean, I was actually telling the audience, you know, from the other tournaments that I've been casting, the DRX by far is the most consistent team that I've seen. You know, they're not so keen at getting those winner chicken dinners, but they're pretty aggressive when it comes to elimination points. But somehow, you know, along the way, I don't know what happened with DRX, but there were kind of rumors that, you know, their head coach actually transferred to D plus Kia, and that, you know, probably the whole setup, or like maybe with the pays did change for the side of D plus Kia. I don't know. I don't exactly know what happened, but DRX with their strong performance kind of declined. They kind of faded out from glory.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is true. It's been a bit rough for them recently, but they still had a really good performance going into PMWC in particular.
Yes.
So I have high hopes to see how that's going to be potentially converting in success for them in 2025. There's a high chance of that happening. We'll keep an eye out. But I'm very hyped, especially because of the meta changes, right? We talked a bit about it yesterday, Red, with the M79, the buffs to the M249, to the DP28. Horses maybe come into comp. I don't know how that's going to work out. That'll be interesting. Maybe the Kendi. Rondo. We haven't even talked about it, Red, right? For next year, Rondo is coming to PUBG Mobile, right? And the question is that going to be added to competitive? I'd love to know what chat also thinks. Guys, prediction of the chat. Is Rondo coming to esports in 2025? Ooh, interesting. I don't know. I feel like we've had the current map rotation of SANHOK, ERANGLE, MIRAMAR for so long, Red, that if we add Rondo in comp, that's going to just going to put so much fresh air in the esports scene. It's going to be so interesting to see how teams approach the meta of that new map.
You know, why are we talking about a new map? I've always wondered why they took out Vikendi from the competitive play. Maybe you can shed some information about that, because Vikendi is
I'm not
actually my
sure.
favorite map. So I don't even understand why they took it off, or have taken it out of the competitive scene. But then again, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, perhaps it could really, it could be a game changer of some sort. We'll definitely be seeing a lot of new strategies, and new gameplay come from the teams here. It will push them to think outside of the box.
I have talked with a few players that they have some issues with current Vikendi, which is it's very compound centric. Like you just got compounds surrounded by nothing. The car spawns are amazing, and the circle shifts are very coastal focus. It seemed like there's not the RNG is maybe a little bit off. I think those are some of the issues. But if we get a Vikendi 2.0 update like we had for ERANGLE, I think that would bring it back to esports. That could be fun. And we'll see. I think there's definitely potential to see Vikendi back in competitive. I think it would make things very fun for the esport bros. But here we go, looking at the fight, though. Back to the action, as we otherwise we'll just go on a podcasty off-topic kind of rant. Unbeatables, 7 short esports, and also in a distance 1-for-1. That unfortunately, their most devoted enemies of 4MV are not here anymore, so they got to kind of direct their hate to another team. And as of right now, there's going to be a player of Unbeatables as he gets eliminated by 1-for-1.
It's amazing, this is not exactly the kind of pace that we were expecting, to see coming from the teams here, especially in SANHOK. But there are a lot of teams that we can see on the screen that their members already got picked off. But then again, let's see how the other teams are going to be playing this one out, especially those teams that are down to just one surviving member. I mean, pretty hard if you step on a snake here. Could be very venomous, could be you could be taken down in an instant. But looking at the situation here on the map, we've got portions coming from all 3 islands inside the circle. So again, it's going to turn the waters red. I mean, Seven Shores are definitely pretty close with Ghost, as you can see on the screen right down there in the middle, and 1-for-1 official. Man, they're just onto the south side of a bootcamp area, but I do feel like INC will have an engagement with Alliance because they are inside bootcamp area. And there goes the spray coming from Ghost with a UMP. Unfortunately, he's a little slow on the trigger there, and he got shot down by who with that lethal DBS.
Wait, who got him?
Who?
No, I was just joking. The names always get me. You got a player also called Nobody, but here you go. Actually, Alliance going to be sending everyone in. They did lose their comrade of Olio. It's going to be Kasim, Leon, and Cluck now sending their way forward up against Incredible. Decent native coming on through. Will it get the knock, though? Yes, it does. Great initial knock here from Ice MVP. Now they want to go for the res, but the off angle is going to be strong, and Cluck might be able to save the rest of his team thanks to that rock. Angle is really strong, does get the initial knockdown onto a player of Incredible. But there are 2 players knocked over there. He's already down to about a 3rd HP. I think this might be the undoing here of Alliance as that nade. He only has 1 extra nade after that one. Does get the knock, though.
Oh!
This could be a massive comeback as Heist holds the door and is running away in fear of the menace that is Cluck.
Hey, Kaluk obviously weighed the risk and rewards of pushing this compound. A tough trade-off to consider, but unfortunately, man, he caught a nade to the face, and just like that, Citadel Alliance is no more. But good job for the side of INC. Currently, I think they are, at the 3rd place, for looking at the stats, right? And they managed to keep all of their 4 members, so they do have, also like a best chance of actually securing a chicken dinner for the first game this evening.
No, that was it. To be honest, I feel bad for Alliance because that building, those warehouses are really hard to breach properly, because if you get knocked the moment you arrive at the building, you're on the outskirts, which is not only super nadeable, but we saw they sent a player wide to the side. And it's such a strong off angle because you have no cover. You have no cover. The only way to get cover in that spot is or you have smokes or you rush in the building itself, which Alliance could not do because the doors were held down so strongly by Incredible. It made the entry point so tough to really execute. So I appreciate the attempt. I think Alliance should have maybe said, okay, Olio, we're sorry. We lost you, but this is not really worth it. We know we're going to get eliminated, so we're just going to call it a day. Though the circle, this is a rough one, right? Because it could go literally west. It could go east. I have no clue where it's going to go. So that's why you have a little bit of an even split of teams on the east and western side of this current shift. I think it might go west. Where do you think it's going to go, Red? What? Wait. What? It's on the island. Wait, is the center
What
on
you
the
talking
island?
about?
You can't
Yes,
see?
sir, which makes it all the more difficult, to be honest. I mean, look at that. Still portions of those 3 islands included in the circle, so we don't really have that much space in terms of land proportion, so it's definitely going to be hard. But there's a huge pressure onto the side of DRS right now since they're still outside of the zone, and one of them already out of the game. That would be Delta. But just look at the points they've already managed to get so far. 7 is a pretty decent score right here, Max, if you ask me. And example right here is going to make an example of Nugget with that nade. But oh, Nugget was able to evade.
Wait, I do have to highlight again. This circle is crazy. I've never seen a circle shift on that specific island. We'll see if it keeps centering on top of it. We'll keep tabs to go DRS on the mountaintop next to Bootcamp are going to be suffering a casualty. An example. The res should be able to get pulled off, but they got players northeast of them, a player to the west of them. They're completely surrounded. And also, they're not in circle. They have to go downhill towards other squads that are already in position, ready to hold them off. It's going to be a rough day, and that nade is huge for 141. JDR gets it done, gets knock on the flush. And it's all down to the final player of DRS, who I cannot say his name because I don't know how it's pronounced. As JDR makes it to the rock here, gets so much info with a third-person perspective, and is looking to wipe the rest of the Nepali squad of DRS, as he is going to be pushing forward with the S12K. But the smoke is making it just a little bit harder here, Red, to get that intel.
141 official gaining their momentum right now up against DRS. I think we're down to their last player. Here it comes! Again, the S12K coming from JDR and DRS, no longer part from our game number 1. But 8 elimination points, strong one. I think they were able to gain more points compared to DRS, if I'm not mistaken. But the jumping into Red Zone Esports, I think they're still doing great, but they've heard the gunshots, and they're definitely challenging up the guys of 141 officials.
Oh, I'm seeing the horse in play here for 4 Thrives, as they're going to be initiating versus Crypto. They did get rezzed earlier, so that's cool. Crypto is indeed going to be back on board. 7th Element also going to be having their first engagement over to the western edge. 1 elimination already secured by X. Shamir going to be securing some multiple knocks on his side of things. But so far, the circle is going to be packed of teams thinking, do we have to leave? Do we have to make it through the river? We'll have to see as Crypto does get knocked and flushed out by 4 Thrives. And his past teammates here are going to be getting the last laugh, as 4 Thrives will be the kings of the northwestern edge. And Chill Guy is already in the water for RTG. And he's hoping it's going to go on the island. And it goes hard over to the eastern side. No island finish, but it is going to be a coastal finish, which is going to be huge for the side of Spins.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we did jump into SANHOK, not for a vacation here, Max, but of course to do our job, to chill and report to everyone what's been going on inside the battlefield. And here we go, DMN, Tabani Esports, I believe. Okay, Kellen's been getting some damage, coming from INC. They're trying to, of course, dictate the tempo of the clash right here, but looking at the team star, okay, they're trying to get lucky with the shot here. They're trying to be the third party in this situation, so adds more, pressure for the side of Tabani Esports as well.
Oh, Assassin is going to be closing that gap just a tad. Util in hand. I think he heard that pin, so he's definitely trying to be hidden in rooms without a window. That's going to be the best way to try and avoid getting naded. And he's got circle advantage here. Incredible have circle priority, which is not the case for the opposing squad. All they can do is just wait, hold the angles, but unfortunately, who is going to be the first to drop to his knees? The rest of the team is going to be trying to reverse the engagement against enemies, jumping right through the window, but the off angle is going to be there and strong for Incredible. And now they're going to be trying to clean up the aisle of Bootcamp. Now going to be a 1v2 in this building for Heist. He's already got 3 eliminations. Going to try and go even higher, up to 5 possibly. Without a teammate, can he pull it off? He's got 1 Molotov, which could buy him a lot of precious time. But they are going to be also seeing Star going for an engagement, going for a third party to become the true kings here of Bootcamp.
Whoa. Can he be the money Heist for INC? Heist been getting damaged from inside that small building right there, but coming from 141 official. He got right that in between the window, I believe. 141, 9 elimination points. We can also see T24 getting dropped as well from another island. And 4 Thrives, there's a need for them to kind of swim across, I believe, because they're running out of space here, Max.
He's not gonna. Look, he's a chill guy. 1-for-1. He doesn't mean nothing by it. Just let him be. Just let him make it across. He's just a chill little guy. Does have a nade in hand though. Okay, he's not a chill guy anymore. He's an angry. Get him! Get rid of him. He's going to make it over to
Oh
the other rock.
no!
Very close to the water. If he has some smokes, yeah, he's got. I think I saw a smoke for no. That nade is just too accurate for Voltrix, and that's going to be the end of our TG as they get eliminated in 7th position. 6 teams now remain. And we didn't even talk too much about 141's position here, Red. Before this circle, they had a massive 2-2 split south on the trifecta of the river, which made that rotation so much easier for them to execute. And now they are in absolute full control of this circle, of this lobby. And this is looking like a 1-for-1 chicken dinner with maybe 13, 14, 15 elims. They could go even higher point-wise in this match. Red? I think we lost Red, guys. It's gonna be me again. It's just gonna be me, as Stabby is gonna be solo out in the blue and waiting, hoping he can maybe get a sneaky angle on one of the players of 141, but that is just not gonna be the case. Healing up with the first aid as quickly as he possibly can. RRQ, though, looking to snatch away a 2nd place position, but still, one more first aid is gonna be used up by Tabby. He does get back to 75% HP. Gets the angle on JDR, but a lot of attention is going to be thrown his way, which means normally he is going to be indeed securing a 2nd place, and it will be 1-for-1 official to claim the first chicken dinner of day 3 here for the playoffs. And I'm still alone. Yeah, I thought she might be back, but no. Okay, she got cut off, I'm told. Okay, that's fine. It's just going to be me, unfortunately for you guys. Red Queen is not going to be here for a little bit. But here we go. Yeah, congratulations to 1-for-1. And it's mostly due to how they were playing their 2-2 split on the trifecta side of the river. The circle was very split on the island, as we talked about a little bit early on phase 5-6. And there was a very big question mark as to which island is it realistically going to go to. Is it going to go northwest? Is it going to go to the eastern mainland? And that indecision made them think, well, we're just going to hold on down to this scouting location as a 2-2 split. And whichever island it ends up going to, we'll just regroup onto that better position, transition, and just start sweeping. Which not only allows them to get a great position, but allows them to also be somewhat a gatekeeping team on that southern side, which they were able to hold off so many teams like there was DRS that were coming their way. All the teams that were realistically on Bootcamp Hill, if they had the opportunity to shoot at them, they most possibly did it and got a bunch of those limbs. So really, really strong execution from 1-for-1. As Sirius, JDR, Zibian, and Voltrix will be claiming the win. So good a spread of elims between all these players. Sirius with 2, JDR with an insane 7 eliminations. He got 4 knocks, so I'm pretty sure he stole a bunch of those off enemies, which is fair game. You can do that. Zibian with 4, and Voltrix also with 4. So really solid performance for these guys to kick off day 3 of the playoffs here for the Stallion Series, brought to you by Tabani Esports and Bloodmoon Esports. So we have 63 eliminations, even though we had a full... I think we maybe had a little bit less elims, but regardless, these are going to be the stats. You had an 8 grenade eliminations. There was, as you would know in SANHOK, there's a lot of really solid Rockstar super nadeable. We saw it happen to DRS. We saw it happen to Knockout Esports. Nades are going to be key in these kind of finishes if you want to get yourself the chicken dinner, or at least a bunch of elims. And in this case, it was definitely very grenade elimination heavy. So GG well play to everyone on this game. A very rough one, I do have to say. It was not quite easy for these teams to pull off the rotate, though. We have seen that I8 has crypto playing. I do want to see how that's going to be possibly working out for the remainder of the day. As we do have then, I believe, Torix back on board. How's it going, man? How did you enjoy that game?
The game was really good. Thank you for introducing me once again. But yes, it is the end for the match number 13. The final day, it's just the start for the teams. And you can already see there's a lot of bangers going on. 17 elimination to the 1-for-1 Esports. That's a huge number that they managed to secure for themselves. But Demon Esports, they had 6 elimination in total of 10 points. Going to the MVP, it is JDR from 1-for-1. I mean, understandable, judging from the total elimination. It is understandable that JDR is definitely going to be that MVP, man. 7 eliminations, 645 damage, 2 assists, 4 knockouts, and 303 healing.
Yeah, I mean, when you get 7 eliminations, if you're not the MVP, what the hell is going on? You have to be the guy up there to claim the MVP title of that match. So yeah, well done to JDR of 1-for-1 official. But to be honest, macro-wise, they had such a solid performance here. And this is what happens when you don't have to fight 4MV early game. You just, okay, we don't have to fight 4MV. We can rotate even faster and start claiming wins, which is exactly what they ended up doing. Looking at the top 5 players of this game, though, we're going to have, of course, 2 players of 141 Official, JDR and Voltrux, while also being joined by Demon Esports Assassin, Example of GRS, and Nugat of RRQ, which actually, and I don't know if you saw that fight happening a little bit earlier here between RRQ and Demon, Torix, but we did see that RRQ initiated a fight versus Demon, got an elimination, and yet did not commit to the fight. They did not overstep. They're like, we want to play for the long game. We want to try and play for a podium finish or top 5, depending on wherever we can reach. And they left super early. The fight was super respectful. And off the back of that, claim a 3rd place and a bunch of elims. So I think that here RRQ are showing a prime example of what you should do in the early scenarios if you do encounter an enemy team.
That is true. That is definitely true. But going to the match ranking, it is 27 points for the number 1, that is the 141 Official. Then it comes down straight away to the total elimination number of 141 Esports, down to 10. It is it's a huge jump down, I'd say, at this point, because majority of the lobby, I think it got secured by the top 3 at this point. Demon Esports, they have the 10 points. 4 Thrives have 10 points. 9 for the RRQ. Star has 7. Alongside of the equation, if we do look at the second page, I can see 4 names. Chronicles, ASI8, Knockout Esports, and CELCOMDIGI Alliance, with not even a single point secured for them. 0 points whatsoever. And might I remind you, this is the final day. This is the last day of the playoffs. Whatever you do here, from this point onward, counts. Not even a single, like, a teeny tiny mistake can be of the reason that you might not qualify for the grand finals.
Yeah, a lot of the time in any kind of tournament, if it's a big international tournament, or it might just be these events also made by Bloodmoon Esports and also Tabani Esports. Thank you very much, guys. It could be down to a tiebreaker. It very easily could be down to a tiebreaker, Torix. So those chicken dinners, if you can secure them at the bottom, could be instrumental to allowing you to make it into the finals. So we definitely want to keep an eye out for that and see if that might be going down eventually. 5 matches away from now. Like, also, that was the last SANHOK, right, Torix, that we were going to see. We had 3 SANHOKs that were going to be happening here for the playoffs. All 3 SANHOKs have been played out, so congratulations to all 3 teams that did get themselves a win over on that battleground. But now it's only going to be Miramar and ERANGLE goodness. And as I say that, we are ready to head on into the highlights. So enjoy it, because this is the last peek you're going to have about some SANHOK goodness. And that's it. No more SANHOK for you. That's all you're going to get in those highlights. And we are going to go towards ERANGLE and Miramar for the rest of the day. And really, from what we've seen in the first 2 days of the playoffs, Torix, ERANGLE and Miramar clearly has the best level of action with the drops, the rotates. And to be fair, I don't know how you feel about it. We have still so many hot drops happening, even yesterday on those 2 maps, which I genuinely did not expect. But it's still happening. Do you think it's still going to happen today? Because I hope not, but I think it will.
I mean, it's a possibility. Yes, the possibility is there for the drop clashes, and I do believe so that it is definitely going to be like 60 or 70% chance of a yes, that yeah, it is definitely going to happen. We are definitely going to see some clash drops, because now is the time for majority of the teams to, I'd say, over aggress and stop their contenders from coming up. So as it's the final day, this is your chance. This is the start. And in fact, on top of that, this is the first wrangle that we're going to witness. And because it's Erangle, the team might want to assert their dominance too for the next few Erangle matches that are yet about to come. So first match, I can definitely say 100% sure, yes, we're going to see some hot drops.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but the thing is that we have to keep in mind is that Group A and Group C have not encountered each other yet, which means that if some drops also not been decided, it could be even more hectic on the first Erangle, even more hectic on the first Miramar. So we'll see as it gets hopefully a little bit better throughout the day, but as of right now, we'll see how things are truly going to go down. And it's actually, I kind of like the fact that this is happening, Torix, because sure, it might be a bit crazy and all over the place now. This means that heading into the finals, all the drops and the rotates are going to be normally known. So if there are teams out there doing their homework, doing their due diligence for the finals, we should have way less hot drops. Crossing my fingers, hopefully. So you need the madness to occur if you want to have the more chill, laid back vibe of a normal esports lobby that we should expect at the end of the finals.
That is true. That is absolutely true. You need to do as much hot drops as you can, gather the information about the other teams, their play style on top of that, because not only hot drops allows you to determine how good the team is actually in the close range quarters, but also their mindset, I'd say, on how they're thinking of tackling you, your fight, your rotations, kind of similar way of that. So you can definitely use that as your homework and make it out work for you guys at the very grand finals, because only top 16 out of these 24 will be going forward, will be going to the next stage. So whatever you're going to do, whatever you have in your notepads right now, you do it at this stage, because grand final is one place that you do not want to take any kind of chances.
Yeah, you want to do like one of those esport maps that we see in big tournaments. Like they have a big map of Erangel or Miramar, and they just have like little magnets of teams, and they just move it depending on where they are. I kind of want to have a big map of Erangel as a poster in my background. I think that'd look really cool. I mean, I have a green screen, which I just realized my green screen's sick. It fits that branding. Yeah, but it also suits the branding. It's all green and everything. I didn't even do that on purpose. That's great. And then Torix, your background is like just darkness. Are you in a black hole right now? I don't know. Where is he? He's in the depth of space. No, it's gonna be fun to see how things are gonna be unfolding here. I did ask a question earlier to Red, and I do want to bring it up to you, Torix, and maybe also the chat can join the question. If you guys have an answer, feel free to put it in the chat right now. We talked about FaZe Clan them being very comfortable in first place, right, Torix? And we had three teams that are playing today that could compete. I'm looking at 7th Element, DRS Gaming, and 4 Thrives. I said 4 Thrives. I expect them to overtake FaZe Clan and be the new first place team. Which one of those 3 teams do you personally think might be the one to overtake FaZe Clan, if it even happens in the first place?
I mean, FaZe Clan is one of those players, one of that team that manages to secure the 100-digit points in their 2 days. And judging from the fact, I think it's really difficult. I'm not going to say it's going to be impossible, but it's going to be really difficult for the other teams, in fact all of those names, to actually try and get those 100 points marker for them, because everyone is right now playing super safely. They're not, I'd say at this point, gonna go with, yeah, we're gonna send it all in. No, they need to think twice, I'd say, before making any kind of a strategy, making any kind of a commitment. But here we go. Erangel is going to show us which one of those teams might be going for a little bit of aggressive side and might be aiming for that top spot into the playoffs, because generally you're not getting anything out of the top spot from the playoff. You're just going to have the bragging rights that, yeah, you took down this team, you ranked above them. It's more of a bragging right now. But generally, I'd say only place that you should be aiming for is a grand final right now.
Exactly. You just want to be aiming for the finals the entire way. By the way, before we do the intro for the game, I do want to ask production. I can hear Torix twice. Can we mute him on VMix, please? I don't want to hear Torix twice during the entire game. Hopefully that can get fixed up. But here we go. Our first Erangel of the day, as we see how things are going to be going. And I am looking as I say, how things are going to be going. George Pole, Southern George Pole, is kind of clustered with 2 teams from what I'm seeing right now. So that's a hot drop that's definitely going to be unfolding. Yasnai Polyana is going to be chill because, again, A1 Esports are not going to be playing today. Horror Esports are not going to be playing today, which means there's no hot drop. Torix, are we going to see another team just snatch away Yasnai? I think this would be a great opportunity to make it worth your time and actually go for Yasnai. I think Star might be the one to go there as Phase 1 pops, and it is going to be a very northern Phase 1 circle.
Oh, it's a very Yasnaya-ish circle at this point, because now you not only have first or maybe even the second circle at your arsenal that you can just chill out at Yasnaya, but here we go, George Poole. The fight has finally occurred. Unbreakables are managing to get that first elimination, first frag down their name, and as soon as that happens, we can also see some more names popping off into the kill feed, into the elimination feed. But here we go, 7th Element and CELCOMDIGI Alliance. This is one of a fight that happens every single time in the ERANGLE matches, and it's right now going collateral because 7th Element is losing their players. Back and forth, that's just down to the very last guy, but Chill Guy manages to at least take one out of the unbeatables. And it's over for them right at that point. Unbeatables, you did really good, but at the very end, you couldn't survive with all of your players.
And 7th Element also got wait, no.
Yep.
They're one of the contenders here, possibly able to make it out and overtake FaZe Clan, but no, 7th Element, not quite the way they wanted to go. By the way, I'm a little bit surprised because I thought Spins were only going to play 1 extra game because that's the game that 4MV missed out with, or are they playing the entirety of the day? I'll actually, just for you guys, I'll ask what's happening with Spins, because I know they are the replacement for 4MV, so are they going to play the entire day? I thought they were just going to play 1. So we'll try and keep you guys up to date with that. Looking at Star, though, of course, talked about Star quickly, Torix. They did overtake the position of Horror and of A1 Esports, which I think is a very, very smart thing to do. You just do your research. Oh, this entire city is free of 2 teams that are not playing today because they're playing in Group B. We're just going to snatch it up. It's great for this Phase 1 Circle 2. You're going to get all the loot for yourself. You're going to get all the cars for yourself. This is looking exceptionally good on the side of Star. So really, really happy they did find that kind of position to hold down for the rest of this game. And 1 for 1, they're just going for Military Island. They're just going to go for the Novo position. And one great thing I do love about Novo, this is why I kind of want to start dropping even more in Novo currently, Torix. The amount of possible hovercraft spawns near Novo Coast is insanely, insanely high. And even if you go towards Milta, you can also find some near Milta. If you're a hovercraft-based team, Milta Novo is a great position, and that means the 1 for 1, if they can find a hovercraft, they could be a menace in this entire match.
That is a one true case. Any team that finds a hovercraft, they have the potential to be a menace for the rest of the teams. But here we go. We have Knockout Esports. Some of the players are at the prison area. Some of them are kind of close to the shelter side. But the only 2 teams so far that got early eliminated is RTG and 7th Element. I'm not used to seeing 17 teams into the match, and I was kind of like in my mind baffled as well that, oh, we're still having 15? Didn't 2 of the teams got eliminated? But we have Spins. We do have Spins in this match as well. So in total, 57 players, 4 minutes have passed so far, and aside from the first few of the equation, the fights, I don't see any more. I don't see any more teams trying to get of those shots popped off against each other. They're just chilling. They're just getting their loot, and this is exactly what I meant by the fact that it is the last day. It is the only chance that you're gonna have to get into the top 16. You either seize it or you lose it.
Okay, so can you still hear me, Torix, or not? Okay, what we're going to do, Torix, I want to hear... Wait, sorry, I'm trying to sort this out because I can hear Torix twice. Can you hear me on vMix, Torix, or not?
Yes, I do hear you.
Okay, so let's mute Discord. Okay, we're just going to be talking on vMix now, and hopefully that's going to be a little bit better because I was having a bit of a headache there. That was rough to deal with. But here we go. Looking at it, RRQ is going to be also holding down school and apartment, which with this circle, great. In terms of car spawns, rotation paths, they should be A-okay with how things are going to be working out. Yeah, we'll see how it's going to go. Actually, in this Phase 1 circle here, Torix, where would you tend to go? Do you have a favorite spot in this kind of area that you would like to play? Because I have a bunch, but I want to know you in particular. Where would you head hit?
I'd say I would head to Yasnaya Poliana at this point and just chill at Yasnaya Poliana for the time being, because you never know when the circle might take a hard shift. It went north the first one, kind of went to the eastern side somewhat because the Kameshki area, the Svalbard area was still in that circle. But right now, as the first stage is about to close, I'd say Yasnaya Poliana might be the play for a majority of these teams. But ASI 8, they have decided to go to the south side. In fact, northern side of Stolber right now. For now.
Yeah, I actually prefer some of the compounds to the west of Stolber itself. I think these are really, really good options here. You don't get fully involved with the other teams, and you're keeping your rotation paths pretty open because you can also scout from the high ground positions west of Stolber itself. So I would like to see that go down. I think that could be very interesting to see how some teams on the east could be using that to their advantage. I'm seeing a glider. Not going to be used by Seven Shore, unfortunately. But glider, it's just not great. I think we might need a glider buff Torix to make it usable. Because in esports, people spray down with an M4, that glider, it's done. But I do think it's a pretty fun item. And yeah, a buff to a glider could make me happy. And just, we could have actual glidations happening in esports, which that would be hype. That would be cool.
Cool addition. Most certainly. What do you want them
Actually,
at a fuel
Torix,
tank?
I have a question for you. If you could add anything, and also chat, feel free to jump in this topic because not much is happening right now. We're just having a fun conversation about PUBG Mobile Esports. But if you could add or change anything in PUBG Mobile, like esports, like itself, not just a normal game, but esports itself, what would you like to add or change currently in the game?
I would say the shot radius, the damage radius of the DBS and the S12K first and foremost, because people abuse that from like at least 20 meters. They're using the DBS to take the players out. That should not be the case. You should be only within the 10 meters or even 5 meters of that range. But 5 meter, I'd say that's not a very good choice. We do need a change on the DBS meta. Aside from that, I don't think anything else needs to be changed. What about you?
I get your DBS nerf. I wouldn't mostly nerf shotguns because the S12K is also just really good, and we might see more gun variety. I would love a Vikendi 2.0 update and bring it back to esports. That because Vikendi was and still kind of is my favorite map. I love Vikendi, and I think that could be really fun if we have an updated version.
Is.
But it's still a great map. But here we go, looking at some of the rotates. We're going to have 4 Thrives encountering Alliance. Great initial spray from Leo. Unlike last game, got taken out very early. Hopefully you will survive a bit longer. Don't get knocked. Oh my god, I cursed him live. I'm so sorry, Olio. He is in a position where the flush might come through, and indeed he is taken instantly out of the game. Olio is just not given a break, Torix. He just cannot be allowed to play a match of Stallion Series. And now, looking at this, maybe the entirety of 4 Thrives are going to go for the push, as they are still attempting to save one of their teammates. Great spray of Kasim of Alliance is going to cause one of their enemies of 4 Thrives to get knocked, and it might just be the undoing of 4 Thrives, as now Alliance are looking to chase them down.
They are definitely going to chase them down, but here we go. Leon, he closes. He's stranded over here. 2 grenades, and it's going to be all over for this guy. 1 grenade is right now being cooked. He's going to throw a smoke. He's going to deploy one. He's trying to get out of the situation equation, but Kasim, on a really, I'd say, an off angle, he can actually pull it off, but 1 grenade from Kasim. Leon, in fact, gets 1 player of the 4 Thrives down. There goes Kasim's with the grenade as well, and it's all over. 4 Thrives out of the match with just a single elimination that they manages to secure for themselves. But on the other side, we can see the DRS versus Knockout Esports finally getting into the tussle. Was that 2? We just witnessed, but here we go. Killer YT is going to put a stop to it. Lord is going to go down, and it is Killer YT versus the entirety of Knockout Esports.
Lord got back-to-back a nade knock, followed up with a car knock. Like, the guy was crazy. He had to put an end by Killer eventually. There you go, the rest of DRS are going to be joining up. Delta gets to drive on over, jumps into the car. Killer playing absolute ninja moves on the enemies and gets the 4th elimination. And not only that, they can get back as a 4-man team. Killer, the play of getting in the car to dodge that car was so well executed. And they will be looking healthy for the rest of this game. And man, DRS, sometimes they're just so entertaining to watch, and that was an insane play that we just saw unfold in front of our very, very eyes.
That was an amazing move. Amazing 100 IQ move. You knew the car was coming at you. You couldn't get away. Why not get inside of that car? Yes, exactly. And here we go. At the same time, some more actions are right now being occurred. It is RRQ as one of the players of the ASI-8 gets taken down. Now they're basically down to the very last two players. S12K making short work of Ghost. And RRQ, 4 elimination. This is a really decent number, I'd say, at this point where 13 teams are right now alive and you having 4 eliminations out of the equations. I'd say it's a really decent start. It's a really decent first phase that these guys have done for themselves. But how are they going to transition themselves into the later stages as more and more teams might be getting out sooner than later?
Yeah, a little bit of scouting being done here by Demon. Not going to be peeking out of their building just yet. Example loves to fight, and he did get knocked once more, but he's fine. He's in the building, L-shaped building. He will get rezzed up by one of his teammates. So no stress if you're a DRS fan, it's fine. Though, 141 are going to be trying to snatch away this little hilltop out of the grasp of DRS, which is not a bad play, but it seems like they're not willing to hold on to it for too long. They are going to be sending it further southeast. So the clash of 141 on DRS is not going to be unfolding just now, as DRS, I believe, got another player knocked. Here we go, 141 going for the full-on breach in the compound. The nade is on point. And 141 are here to claim that compound, that one singular building. But DRS, to hear that fight happening in the distance, they might not be willing to share this mounting with the side of Voltrix.
Absolutely true. And does the grenade continues? The player goes forward in his UAZ trying to figure out where exactly his enemies are, his opponents are. But no hard luck over there. Team 141 decided to move away out of this area, but goes behind that tank, behind those dips, those ridges. And they can potentially use this to their favorable advantage, but I'd say leaving this premises is rather a good choice than staying here, because there are still 12 teams into the equations, 12 total teams, and out of those, even if you get eliminated early on, at this point, you're not even going to get a single placement point for yourself, so rather be safe than to overcommit at one fight. But DRS still at the same exact angle as they were previously, as they took out as a team their opponents at that time. But 141, after going to the Yasnaya, they find themselves completely empty? Is it Yasnaya empty?
Wait, no. Well, I'm confused more about 141 were just fighting next to DRS, and now they sent in Yasnaya looking for other teams. Like, 141 are so aggressive. They just see anyone, they just want to shoot them. they just want to send it and get the elims. This team is so aggressive. Ever since FMV has left the tournament here, Torix, their aggressiveness has been unleashed on the lobby, and they're just looking just for blood every single second of these games. So, yeah, man, 141, they're a scary bunch of people. As I8 also going to be next to Yasnaya Lake. Circle hard shift over on Stolper Mountain. So we are going to be having maybe a Stolper Mountain finish, as we do have already some teams competing for the top. Unbeatables in particular will be sending it high up north, but all those western and southern western teams here, like DRS, like the side of Incredibles, Alliance final players, they're going to have to go for big send with very minimal information, which means we might be losing a few extra teams in the coming minutes.
We might be. That is certainly a possibility at this point, but the circle once again has taken the shift to the hard northern side. This time it has taken the hard northern side because I can still see the Stalwart area being inside of that circle. So majority of the teams that were kind of like a western side, southern side, now you are forced, in fact, to move into the premises of the circle. But 8 eliminations, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, so far they're doing a really decent job, but only 2 of their players are right now being remainder into the game. So judging from that, I don't think the CELCOMDIGI Alliance is going to go for the fight anytime soon. Going to the Team Star officials, we can see the 2 players as well. Close by is going to be ASI-8. And ASI-8, they have been staying at the same compound for a really long time now. We have seen them like previously into maybe as the first circle transitioned, and now it's the 3rd circle that has transitioned, and they're still exactly near the lakeside of Yasnaya Poliana.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wouldn't really call it a compound. It's like just 2-3 buildings in a row. But yeah, you can call it like Yasnaya Lake. It's just definitely a better name for the area. But they are going to be holding it down for the time being. It's not a bad rotation path because it's a little bit more elevated than the rest of Yasnaya, which means that you can actually get some decent intel as teams going in and out of Yasnaya itself, and maybe even see where teams are in Yasnaya in the city. So it could be good. But the thing is, they only have 2 players alive currently, so I don't have really high hopes that I are going to get that big match right now. But we'll see. We had some players join the lobby as 2 or 3 players, and they got the win sometimes. Like I think we saw that from Hora on the first day. So you never know. Things could get wild in this lobby as RRQ. Again, looking to play passive early game. There's always kind of the RRQ approach. If they can avoid early game fights, they typically will attempt to do it and look at the bigger picture, go for the big end game finish. They do have 4 eliminations already, did lose a player, but as of right now, they are looking to claim this high ground advantage. They might look for Clash vs 7Short Esports.
That is absolutely true, but it depends. It depends because the circle is transitioning right now. It's only 1 more minute before the circle actually closes off. Majority of the teams will try to disengage from the fight rather than engaging in it. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, not so much, as more of their player gets taken down. DRS is going to be the sole reason for that. They throw a Molotov right at the car to actually finish their knockout up at this point, but surprisingly, the guy is still alive over there. He's still breathing, but not anymore. Not anymore. Not anymore. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, so very much down to the very last player. But aside from that, I can only see 4, in fact, total teams still with the 4-man with the full squad. One of them is the DRS, and I have to commend them on the fact that they managed to get 5 eliminations. Aside from the fact that none of the other teams has managed to even secure a single one.
Man, I feel like people are going to think I'm a mega fan of DRS, which I do like DRS, but I got to say, I love their split currently, that 2-1-1. You could somewhat call it a 2-2 split example, could very easily get to the extra 4th player of DRS. But here, they do have this circle. They have a decent position in the northeastern side. No. DRS just send it in onto I8. You got to be careful, though. He's got himself the DBS, does get the knock, and he will be trying to confirm that elimination. Does get it done. 2nd elimination secured by I8. The rest of DRS here, sending it 1 by 1, I have to say, not the best course of action for DRS, and unfortunately, because of that, 3 players up, the odds of a chicken dinner go down significantly after that engagement. As Casanova, the final player of I8, is looking to hold down the 4, hold down the shed, as he will be going into hiding, and maybe use up one of his first aids. And he just wants to stay in circle, outlive DRS, and hopefully start to get a few placement points here and there.
Yeah, at this point, survival is your best option, but I don't know what happened with the DRS, why they pushed it like this, the single guy. What was he thinking at? But I do love the send-in. I did love the send-in, though, the way he actually just slammed in without even stepping on the brake. But here we go. Delta is finally going to avenge his team member. Casanova gets finished off. ASI8 out of the equation, out of the match. 11 total teams are remaining. 1 for 1. Trying to find out the players as soon as they see any kind of smokes. They just straight up shoot at it to get some knockouts, maybe in the premises. But no hard luck over there. Batman on top of the mountain side, he has a clear angle on the team 1 for 1 officials. But 1 for 1, the last match chicken dinner takers, how are you going to be able to get this in your own accordance? After Wolfers was shooting at the smokes, now he's gonna shoot at Batman, in which case he gets the knockout, and this is the time for the send-in. This is the right time for the slam, and go for it. But oh my god, this is not the move for the slam, and
Batman, you can't get you have the perfect position. And on 1 for 1, the thing is about 1 for 1, especially Voltrix, the moment they smell blood in the water, they are gonna be pushing you. They are hungry for these elimination points. You ask 1 for 1, I'm sure they tell you, we don't know what a placement point is. What even is that? But we know what eliminations are, and if we see you, you are as good as dead. There's 1 for 1, here you go. Sure, they lose Ghost a little bit early in the match, but they do claim a decent ridge. And this position, very interestingly so, actually, Torux, this is going to be a strong spot for them to try and hold off all of the teams leaving Stolber relatively late in this game, as I'm10 is just staying in the ski lift, and no one's going to expect it. I'll tell you that much. No one's expecting I'm10 to be in that exact position. That's going to be hard to predict.
That definitely is a hard predict place, but oh no, the circle, the shift, it's completely into the ridge and into the mountain ridge side. One half of the mountain is like on the hard northern angle, the rest is a complete ridge. But here we go, Team Chronicle at the Stolber area. They're fighting with the Team Incredibles. They're constantly throwing the grenades up, but Uguay, Master Uguay, come on. You know you need to predict where the player is at this point. DBS in hand. He's going to go forward. Not a single connection has been made, but oh no. Oh no. Now is the time to look on the left side. Now is the time to not leave your eyes from the smokes. Uguay gets knocked out, but in the same time, I'm 10 star actually comes in from that in fact, area that he was holding off. Straight up come for the rescue of the team member, and I do appreciate that, but I don't know where Team DRS is actually shooting. They might have a superstition that, yeah, somebody might be here, but no, you're just wasting your bullets at this point.
They just don't like UAZs. It's like, we don't like this car. We want supercars only. You don't have a skin? Just send the bullets on. But I'm 10, by the way, had a Groza. That's going to be quite an interesting weapon to have in the late game. We'll see if he's able to control the insane recoil as 1-for-1. Going to be suffering a casualty in Zibian. And I think that's going to be the flush coming up with that grenade. Indeed, that will be... No, actually, wait. No, didn't even get it. I thought that was going to be an instant hit and instant flush. But no, Demon Esports are not quite able to secure their second elimination of the match. Assassin, though, wanting to live up to his name. He is going to be pushing it inside the building. Like, where the hell is this guy? I just cannot find him, but he left the building. He's going to be a little bit further over to the northwestern side of that shack. Whoa! Shack. That's the word. I did a mix of shed and shack. That was really odd. My brain did not work there for a second. As Team RRQ are going to be approached by 7 Shaw. He's behind the tree, but the nade is going to be on point, and that's going to be some extra space created over to the west.
Oh, 1-for-1 also loses their players down to the very last 2, but 7 Shores now after that first initial fight. They're also facing some casualties on their side. 1-for-1, JDR, he manages to take down 2 of the players of the Team Chronicles. That is a huge. And JDR, heal. Before you do anything else, just put a pop-up a first aid kit on yourself. But Red Zone Esports doing a really good job. The car is going back inside the smoke. RZ Million, he's definitely going to pop more smokes up. And now, you know what? This was the right time to use an M79 if you have one. This is the moment where the M79 comes in to the absolutely clutch moment. You shoot at your players, you make a smoke cloud for them, get them revived as soon as possible.
I fully agree. The M79 would be insanely good right now. You can just pop a little bit of a smoke for it and just make it to any kind of position you want. Well, no, respectfully so, you cannot go from one side of the map to the other, but you will be able to maybe cross from one tree to another or from one rock to another, and that could be just what you need if you want to get a few extra inches secured in the circle, which is exactly what DRS are currently doing, just with regular smokes instead. Chronicle still with I'm10, so, well, only to I'm10 actually, with the Groza, and he's going to be prone right next to the buggy, a very common hiding place a lot of people use in between the 2 wheels. Able to hide yourself, it's a little bit harder to spot you next to the buggy, especially with the ghillie suit. I thought that was an enemy. I was like, there's no way he just jumped over that car, but no, it was Killer going to pick him up. He is the Uber of DRS. As they go for this ridge is going to be insanely strong here for it, as they are looking to move forward while the fights are still happening to the west. And that is going to be it for I'm10 and his team as they get eliminated in top 5. Only 4 squads now remain competing for this chicken dinner today.
You know, I love the fact how DRS is actually going back and forth, picking their players up, getting more loot, and after getting those loots, they're gonna move even further beyond. But I don't think at this point, Killer YT, you should be residing where you are right now, because you have put yourself in a really disadvantageous position. Red Zone, they're definitely gonna spot you at this point. You are 1 up against all the 4 players of the team Red Zones at this point, and 60 FPS, he's cooking the grenade. Let him cook at this point. Demon and DRS, in fact, Demon has been eliminated. It is Red Zone and DRS down to the very last 2 teams, and Red Zone, they have been spotted. Delta and alongside of somebody at this point, they're shooting from one angle, whereas Killer, he is ready to take the action as soon as some more damage is being done upon on the player. So he's gonna throw that knife. Will it hit? Will it connect? The answer is no. Oh my god, imagine it had a connection on the player, but there we go. 60 FPS location, it has been revealed. The Killer YT is gonna seize that opportunity, gonna knock the player down. You need to get back from the buggy, you need to get out of that buggy's vicinity, because that buggy is smoking. But before that buggy can burst up, DRS is gonna seize that chicken dinner for themselves himself. This is the second match of the Stallion Series, ladies and gentlemen, the playoffs, final day, and the DRS has just secured their victory.
We have to hype it up more than now. We have so many Nepali fans in the chat. I'm going to even say a Nepali word that I just learned through Google Translate. Badai Cha, which I think means congratulations in Nepali. Congratulations to the boys of DRS. Such a good execution here, Torix, the way they played it out from the early stages, taking clean fights, losing very minimal players, and then able to just know the terrain like the back of their hand near Stolb on the southern side. They know we have this ridge, we're just going to play it out, and even playing the good old trick of baiting the positions to be shown by the enemy by using that car. They use the buggy, you just roll around, people are going to try and take shots, and that means it gives intel to the rest of your team, and they can just get even better and accurate shots on your foes to secure that chicken dinner. Really well done by Killer, Gyante, Example, and Delta. And you know what? I do have to say, I'm very impressed with Killer, Gyante, and Example. I did want to see more of Delta in PMSL. I don't know what's happened, man. Delta has been popping off this tournament so far, and I'm very excited, and I hope that Delta can maintain these kind of results, Torix, heading in 2025, because right now, he's looking better than ever.
He's definitely looking better than ever, but I did see 16 elimination to the side of DRS. The final day is going with huge elimination numbers. 141 is not going to stand back as well after the 17 eliminations into the first match, and now they're going to have 8 in this. Less than the half of their previous match elimination, but going to the damage-wise, we can see 2472 for DRS, 1442 for 141 official, 9 knockouts comparison to the 7 knockouts, 25 minutes of survival with 24 and 33 of survival time of a 141 official. But the total points is where everything changes up. 26 points to the DRS side. You know, these are the matches. These are the one of a kind of games where this single match will determine you're gonna like jump from 5-6 position all the way up to the 2 or 1. And judging from the fact how the teams are actually playing alongside of those elimination marker, now I can definitely say for sure that yes, there is a huge chance that even the number 1 spot might be taken off this time.
I think there's a chance. I thought it was going to be 4 Thrives, but it seemed like DRS might be the ones to make it happen. As MVP of the game is going to be Delta. Again, I was talking about him just a few seconds ago, how impressive he's been so far in this Stallion Series tournament, and with 6 eliminations to boot, he's definitely been putting his name out there even more in this tournament. Here we go, looking at the top 5 players. Of course, Delta's going to be number 1 as he was the MVP, followed up by Killer YT, Gyante, a sim of Alliance, which I do hope Alliance could stop with the early game fights. It's really hurting them to get those placement points. And then JDR of 141 Esports, which I don't know for you, Torix. I would have to say 141 Esports currently is looking like the most aggressive team in the lobby. Maybe not in terms of how many limbs they get, but pure macro wise, they're like, if we see a team, we are going to push them, even if it doesn't give us a good position. And a lot of the time, it just works out because they're just so good at team fighting in this game.
That is true. Every time you see 141 spotting any of the players out, even after they get a knockdown, they instantly go for the slam in. They instantly send it on the player that, yeah, let's just get it over with. Let's just eliminate the players. At least secure our eliminations. But match ranking wise, we have 26 total points for the DRS. Then we have 141 official with 12. Red Zone is also going to secure 12 points in this match. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they're also going to have 12 points to their name. But after that, the marker goes really down with 7 for Demon Esports. Unbeatable gets 5 alongside of Chronicles, RRQ. 7 Shore is going to have 4 with ASI 8 and Spins having 2, but 1 and 1 to Road to Glory and 4 Thrives. Another 4 sets of Team Star, Knockouts, 7th Element, and Incredibles. That is not going to secure even a single point in the match number 2. And this is huge. Like, how many of the teams are actually popping off early into the stage without even a single point is definitely going to determine. This is the time that we do usually see how well and aggressive the teams are going for the very last day.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how things are going to be wrapping up here, but we are about to reach the halfway point of the day. We got one more game until we do get to that point, guys, and it's going to be coming up very soon, right after this replay. Well, now it's a good time to be a DRS fan as they do secure themselves the second chicken dinner of the day. And this time around, Torix has disappeared and Red Queen has been summoned once again. Red Queen, how do you feel about that game?
Oh, you know what a match on ERANGLE there, Max. And I was, oh man, my head is literally aching right now. I've been going through so much with the connection. Hopefully, you guys are still entertained. But getting back into the action, yeah, I mean, what a match on ERANGLE. DRS from Nepal, like I said, you know, delivered a statement performance, you know, taking the chicken dinner and reminding everyone why they're considered one of the top teams in the region. You know, their rotations were like impeccable, their engagements were decisive, and the teamwork was flawless. And I could say that the win is a huge boost, you know, for their overall standings and puts even more pressure on like maybe FaZe Clan, because we were talking about like, you know, which team can actually dethrone them from the top spot. And you know, 1-for-1 official, you know, there's another notable team that performed really great for today during game number 1, continues their impressive run with another strong finish against coming at second place, just proving their consistency, you know, across different maps. And I guess, I mean, did I miss something? It was pretty exciting, honestly.
It was. It was a very exciting game. You brought up the point of FaZe Clan. They're going to be sweating bullets for sure now, Red, as you said that. Like, they are going to be looking at, wait a minute, DRS are a bit too scary right now. We're going to lose first place in the playoffs. I mean, right now with how DRS is playing, there's a very high likelihood of that happening if they maintain this kind of pressure. By the way, I have a question for the chat, because I tried my best at saying congratulations in Nepali. I said Badai Cha. Can you guys tell me? I was correct. Production told me I was correct. I did it. I am now Nepali officially. But
you know, I can
it's
only
really
say
good game coming out from
Nepal.
DRS. But Delta in particular, Red, I think we talked a little bit about him at the end of that game. He is a player that I expected more from in 2024. He stepped up big time this game. And like, is this maybe the year of Delta when it comes to esports for PUBG M? I feel like there's a likelihood of that happening because he was conquering that battleground.
Could be, right? I mean, he was able to put up 6 elimination points for himself. You know, I'm pretty I actually I wondered what happened with example. Did he had like an early elimination? Was he terminated at the beginning of the match? But yeah, nonetheless, you know, it was an overall great performance, even, you know, for Delta. I mean, I can see a lot of you guys down there in the comment section asking whether or not he is still the same player as he once was before. I think pretty much this is a statement as well.
He's making a statement that, yes, I am still Son Goku. I am still ready to go. No, Ultra
Son
Instinct if
Goku.
needed. And he did. He is the Son Goku of the lobby, okay? This is going to be his new name. But he's been absolutely on fire this match. Though, going back to other teams to not just talk about DRS the entire time, I'm talking about 1-for-1 Esports in particular. This team is scary for a completely different reason, because I feel like 1-for-1 is a team that doesn't care. They just want to fight, and they've been doing that consistently every game. And we saw it especially on day 1 of the playoffs, right, Red? Fighting 4MV day in and day out, every time hot dropping that team and trying to make a statement that 4MV might be a top-tier international team and the best team in CSA. We don't care. We're going to hot drop you. We're going to win every single time. And that, for me, shows that 1-for-1, if they do make in a tournament like a, who knows, a PMSL or something of the sort, they could be a menace, a threat to all these top squads that are known to be insanely good. But when you deal with their fragging power team, this relentless and is never going to give up the chase, that kind of sets a prospect of they could be maybe good outside of these, like, you know, smaller tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, 1-for-1 official has shown great adaptability by performing well on both SANHOK and ERANGLE. You know, how important is map versatility in this tournament? I mean, it's an impressive skill to develop, but also, you know what, I would like to mention the fact that some teams are struggling to find their footing as well. I mean, we've got Team Star, Knockout Esports, Seventh Element, and Incredibles find themselves at the bottom after this match, so they'll need to like analyze their performance and make some crucial adjustments as well, you know, if they want to make it to the grand finals. Red Zone with their 3rd place finish is a good amount of points for them, so we're not exactly sure what's about to happen, you know, since we only have like limited number of matches for this evening. And I guess some of the teams here will be pushed to their limits just to make sure they secure a spot. And there's also some teams who are kind of effortless, right, in winning a lot of elimination points. And that's also wonderful to see. Definitely.
Yeah, it's definitely been the case. Actually, I'm just thinking, did we not see the leaderboards before this game? I think we didn't check them. I wanted to see where DRS are currently standing. What was the gap between DRS and FaceTime in the overall? So here we go. We're going to be having a
Oh,
drop.
yeah.
Actually, a clash on the garage here. DRS versus another team. I think it's Team Chronicles, if I'm not mistaken here. But Killer able to get in the building first. The Machete
Ooh.
is going to be thrown the way of Killer. You got to be careful. But he's got the handgun. Nobody else, I believe, has a weapon. A playoff DRS has been flushed by the Machete. The nice out is just all over the place. And they get third party from the off angle. A player on the shed is going to put the nail in the coffin of DRS as they get eliminated in 17th position. What?
Oh,
What just
no.
happened? Oh my god.
What a turn of events that was. I mean,
Crazy.
I almost thought, they were actually winning the fight, but then again, they kind of flipped the script onto the ERS. And yes, it's definitely going to be taking a toll on their momentum at the moment. But 7th Element right now, they do need to make up for the lost points. They've had quite, like a couple of bad matches here, but it's not too late just yet for the side of 7th Element. I mean, Teddy Bear and Shamir probably has something up their sleeves, to compete still in the final matches this evening. So let's see what Alliance is going to be doing in this situation. They're also one of the teams that are not exactly great, but right now we are seeing them kind of explode, but they're down to just 2 players here, Max, so the future is not as bright, for the side of Alliance.
I'm just asking, please, Olio, don't get eliminated early again. My man has played like 10 minutes of PUBG Mobile so far today, and he's barely played. I want to see him get to the late game eventually in one of these matches. DBS PPB's on loadout for one of the players of Alliance, and the other player is going to be M4 and Yuzi. Decent loadout to try and get that clutch, but the thing is, they are both looting, these two teams, 3 buildings. It is not enough loot, especially not enough meds. Look, even not M7 cannot heal up. Teddy Bear's now knocked. I'm not even sure if they have a helmet or a vest. Everyone is severely underlooted. Any damage you take is going to be even more impactful because of the lack of meds and also vests and helmet. As Shamir, the only 100% HP player still standing strong here, being on the front line with the S12K, he has to be in that spot, right, Red? He has to be the one to defend his teammates because he can soak up more damage. But if he falls, we could see a 2v4 clutch happening for Alliance.
Hey, another bad run for the side of Sasuke. But again, I guess that's the risk that you are willing to take, right? If you are kind of confident with the skills that you have, for the rest of the team, you will definitely go for those drop fights. But then again, you are risking losing some members of the team here. And of course, that is I guess it depends whether or not you should be aggressive in any of the matches. But yeah, that's definitely the top risks that you need to, I guess, analyze whether or not your team is prepared for it. Because it's always a gamble, right? You can win and you can lose. So we don't know what the outcome is going to be.
We never know what the outcome is going to be, indeed. That is always going to be rough to predict. I mean, especially after you have a hot drop of DRS and Chronicles. I'm like, I don't know what to expect anymore in any of these matches. As it is, I'm seeing that Spins is still here, so I believe the idea is that Spins is going to play the entire day because they are replacing 4MV. So I guess that is how things are going to be running for the rest of the day. Unbeatables, though, looking to make their way next to Hospital, south of George Bowl, and back to 7th Element and also Alliance. Again, severely underlooted here, Red. They have almost nothing to work with. And they are going to be sending X wide over to the southern side. I do like the off angle, but he's only got a hand pistol, so is it going to work out? Knowing that you have a DBS in the hands of Leon, he could very easily clutch it up because he has currently the perfect weapon. But Shamir does also have an S12K, as with the handgun, that's going to be X and Teddy Bear able to get so much work done. And it's only Olio left alone and trying his best to do the 1v4 clutch with the Uzi and the M4. He's going to be cornered outside the building. Does get a good initial spray on the outside, though. Can he get a knock? Can he at least get one elimination? No, he cannot. 7th Element win the fight 4-0.
Going up against a full squad can be overwhelming, but then again, you need to learn how to manage your resources as well, especially if you find yourselves in an engagement early on. From the game. But Unbeatables right now, dancing 1v1 situation with Shield Guy. Let's see if they can actually put a point under his name here, going up against M77 of Unbeatables, Shield Guy. I don't know what happened, but was he slow with the trigger there? Did he miss to actually pull on them? Because, okay, a while ago he was trying to dance with M77, but he kind of went on prone. Was he going for a drop shot? I mean, so many questions in my head.
He pulled a max man, which is unfortunately your play doesn't work out and you get eliminated. That's a special me. And thank you for playing like me. I greatly appreciate it. That is the best way to play it. If you don't want to get placement points or elimination points, play like me. I can only get elims on bots, unfortunately. But I do try my best. As Unbeatables leaving the crates and residential area of George Pole, moving now towards the ruins area. They are going to be encountering a player of RTG that's just in the middle of nowhere and just gets obliterated by 77VN. I mean, well played, I guess. That was a very odd position to be in. I guess he was trying to change cars here, Red, and he got caught in the middle of the action. So it feels bad, man, but that's how it goes sometimes. It's just how it goes.
You know what? This is always like a debate whether or not you're going for a short term versus a long term strategy. For most of the teams here, sometimes they prioritize early game kills over securing a strong position and a trade off that could affect their late game. I mean, who would want to start a game risking losing members from your team? And there's also that delay wherein like they're prioritizing to rotate and just get as much resources that they can get, and the trade-off between immediate like loot and future positioning, that is also one tactic that you can consider for the team. But let's see what 141 official is doing at the moment, because they're in Yasnai and there's also another team here. Wow, okay, this is some Fast and the Furious thing, right?
He's doing donuts in the middle of Yasnai. I'm actually very intrigued to see how drifting changes the dynamic in esports. I don't know if you have any opinion on the drifting feature that's just been added in this recent update. One thing that is quite cool is that there's been 2 significant changes to how cars function in PUBG Mobile Esports, well, in PUBG Mobile as a whole, which is now you can change from the driver's seat to a passenger seat and your car still maintains a little bit of momentum, and you can also drift. I do wonder, are we going to see some solo drive-bys where a player just drives full speed, changes seat, or maybe goes full speed, starts drifting, changes seat, starts shooting the enemy, and then gets back into the driver's seat and just departs somewhere else. Like, genuinely, we could have solo drive-bys and it actually being good. That's a prospect we have to set for 2025. It could be crazy, Red. It could be mental.
Mm-hmm. Oh, definitely, I agree with you there. I think, yeah, it could be a game changer as well. I mean, a lot of things have been happening inside PUBG. Well, but that's why it is the best battle royale for me, considering the fact that it's the one closest to reality.
Yeah, I don't know if I would do a solo drive-by in reality, but yes, physics-wise, it's definitely quite realistic on that sense. Actually, we didn't even talk too much about the Phase 1 circle. It is pretty similar to what we had on the last game of ERANGLE, as you have 2 ERANGLEs back-to-back. So here we go. It's going to center up a little bit further down southwest, but it is still decent. Though it is one major issue, I can already see a glaring issue in this game, Red, is that it's a pretty even split around the river, like north and south of the river, which means teams around the river, like RRQ, is going to have a great advantage. The teams that are further south, like Spins, or north, like I8, might have to go for a bigger gamble later on down the line if the circle is not quite to their liking. So RRQ currently, if I had to pick a team that had the best position, it would have to be them.
The harder it is for the players, the more fun it is for us, because we just know that there's gonna be a lot of action and trade-offs that's gonna happen inside the battlefield. And you know what? There's a huge gathering actually onto the east side. I guess there's at least 5 teams that might go head to head in just a while. Although we can hear no gunshots happening just yet, but the proximity is definitely closer and closer. So perhaps we're just waiting for them to decide when they are going to be challenging up those teams that are pretty close, to them.
Indeed. I just got my phone just lit up for a second. I don't know why. I thought it was an emergency. I thought it was going to be an earthquake, but no, it's fine. I'm okay. I'm alive. We're good. Yeah, Fourth Arrive's going to be taking control then of Rozhok, just very in a similar fashion to what we saw from RRQ. These cities or compounds next to the river are going to be quintessential for them to try and play around. Though they are quite split, which, want to be careful. Some teams might be also trying to snatch away a portion of Rozhok for themselves. T24OP also going to be looking to scout from the side of Garden and get some juicy info from that rooftop. And Falak driving in reverse. Just Falak things. He's just having a fun time here.
Exactly. Again, this is an off-season tournament. Some of the teams here are just doing the bare minimum, to be honest. But this is like a great chance for those underdogs, so to speak, to kind of just show us what they can do inside of Battlefield. Especially, we got some of the best teams here from the region, and this is the time for them to kind of step up. But for Knockout Esports, they did so well during the first day, and it's nice to see that they were able to carry some of that energy back into the remaining matches that we still have for the entirety of the playoffs. I mean, looking at 5 elimination points, we got Alpha Boy performing great once again. I do know the fact that Alpha Boy was part of the overall top performers list during day number 1, so perhaps we
Yeah.
can see a change of pace, for the side of Knockout Esports for this time around.
Actually, when I'm looking at the side of Knockout Esports here, Red, I'm mostly looking at Lord. He had an insanely good clutch last game where he threw a nade and started driving, and the nade exploded, and he instantly also got a drive-by, like he rolled over a player right after the nade exploded, so he just got doubled pretty much at the same time, which is mad stuff, especially versus DRS, but luckily enough, DRS were able to heal up to full squad right after that encounter. Maybe just sometimes he does some crazy plays. It's just how it goes for the boys. As Star here, looking to also pull off their rotate on the western side of Yasnai Polyana. Still, as I said, these compounds, these little positions you want to hold next to the river are going to be very strong. They're just waiting for phase 3 to pop. And when that does happen, they'll have their cars ready. And I did see actually some players of Star here that had the... I keep forgetting the name of the weapon. It's not weapon, it's like the item. To repair your car. Is it repair gun? Or...
Repair gun, that's what I call it, I think.
I think it might be repair gun. One of the players has the repair gun right now, which means that you're going to keep your cars very healthy, especially if you kind of find a hovercraft, which in this position, I don't think they're going to get it. But it's so cool to see the meta shift. Also, not just in terms of cars. We already talked about cars, right, Red? But before this update, we would never see people realistically use the third weapon slot. Very rarely so. But now you got third slot weapons that are actually used for outside of doing damage, like your M79 smoke grenade launcher and also the repair gun for the cars. It's going to add so much more variety gameplay-wise. I'm very excited again to see how the teams and the players adapt to these new items and how they start to use it in a competitive setting like in this Stallion series.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if there will be teams that will be using the M79. We did talk about this, yesterday, that it would be definitely a game changer for everyone. I mean, you don't even need to wait, for like a couple of minutes. You don't need to cook. You don't need to cook that smoke. You just have to really pop it. But you did mention about Falak, with his amazing gameplays. The only thing I can say about Falak is that if you have that great and wild imagination and back it up with great reflex as well, you can be pretty unstoppable inside the game. And that is exactly what we are seeing coming from Falak over here. That is why, this guy really has one of the best potentials I can see in the world of competitive PUBG. Oh, now Knockout Esports once again in some sort of a brawl here up against 7th Element. X is currently knocked down on the ground. We're not exactly sure if they can still go for that pickup, given the situation. I mean, we can see 7th Element Teddy Bear on the screen here, just doing some rotations. Perhaps, he's checking if there will be other teams that will head towards their way, might challenge them up. But I feel like he's about ready to secure that deal or secure that score. And there you go. The 7th Element now looking at 6 elimination points, and Shamir is the one popping off.
I do like what we're seeing here for a lot of the Southern Eastern teams. They're just disbanding the fight. They just stop it midway through. Like you see in the side of Knockout Esports, they're leaving the fight. 7th Element, they're leaving the fight because they all see the circle that just happened for phase 3 and like, oh no, let's put this fight on pause for a little bit and just move into the circle if we want to have a chance to even do something this game. 7th Element, luckily enough, have a lot of cars, so they're going to be able to get them. He's going to swap on over. There you go. That car was fuming. Might as well get another one. He has another super car skin. This again making me very jealous, but it is looking slick, so I will allow it for Shamir, as he's going to be making a quick cross over the riverside. But there was Star here earlier. I'm not sure if Star left. Actually, yes, Star left, so no one's going to be holding them off on the bridge side, which that's going to make that rotation so much smoother on the side of 7th Element.
And also for the side of AS site, there's a huge debate going on in the Pakistani community, of course, about Falak leaving, AS site, and they're not exactly doing so great. I mean, looking at the stats here, they were able to score 1 elimination point for the team, but they're down to just 3 members. And so far, I believe they're not so much so as as aggressive as we've known them before. So perhaps there's a quite a change of pace as well for the side of ASI now that Falax is not playing with them. But talking about, Falak T24 just got knocked down coming off the kill feed. So JDR, this is a new name for me, to be honest, but he was able to score the MVP title just a while ago, so this is very promising. I know that he can be aggressive inside the game, so perhaps we can see him probably pull off a clutch at some point in the competition, but that was just a massive spray right there. And Fourth Thrives, I believe, getting ready to attack RQ.
That seems like the plan. I mean, RQ tend to be pretty respectful early to mid game. They don't want to get involved in too many unnecessary fights. But here we go. Fourth Thrives are going to be encountering a team here. It's going to be Seventh Element of wild engagements happening in the middle of nowhere on this ridge. And so far, Fourth Thrives are going to be down to just a single player. It's going to be Nokia, as everyone is going to be otherwise confirmed. And that is going to be the end of the road for Fourth Thrives, as 141 is also looking to knife some players on the roadside and get themselves some loot. So yeah, a lot of action unfolding as we expected from the circle here, Red. It's a hard northwestern shift, which means a lot of engagements are going to be breaking out in the very, very near future. Like here, as Seventh Element gets third party by RQ, the air taker fighter makes a lot of sense. Carve their way into the circle and claim control of this high ground.
Wow.
RQ are looking so far pretty flawless. One play got knocked away in Nugat, but here we go down to Sambo and maybe hold down the front line for the team. And Seventh Element get absolutely decimated as RQ will try and go for the res in the smoke, but they are going to get pushed up by another squad.
Hey, did someone open up Pandora's box? Because I can see total pandemonium happening right now. There's a lot of teams having back and forth situation. Unfortunately for the side of 7 Element, that was the end of the line for them. But then again, they did put up huge number of points onto the scoreboard. I mean, 10 elimination point is still quite strong. Now, Team RQ, 4 elimination points, but down to their last surviving member, which name I cannot read. But good luck to you. I mean, 4 LMs for just one person is also pretty aggressive, if you ask me. Hasaki right now coming from ASIA just got knocked down by Voltrix with 1-for-1, but that was such a nice shot from Crypto. Unfortunately, JD was just right there, ready to back up his teammate, which is serious.
That's a little bit unfortunate. Really good first shot from Crypto, but luckily enough, JDR was just in the wings, ready to assist his teammate right after, and that's going to be enough to get rid of Crypto. So many. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, 9? There are 9 cars? Did I count that correctly? In that one area? That's madness. That's way too many cars. That's a dealership at that point. God damn.
And Spins entered the game with only 3 players. You're already at deficit, so at the beginning of the match, you're already at a disadvantage. But then again, we've seen a team actually perform really great, even with just 3 members. Now, I cannot really say this is the best of spots because, one nade can actually throw you off the game here. But yeah, this is a great gatekeeping situation for the side of Spins. I mean, there's a team that is trying to actually get inside, and that would be the guys coming from TC, if I'm not mistaken. And this is not, take care.
Yeah, Team Chronicles are going to be looking to claim Crash Site, as we tend to call it over in esports. Well, Frankie is also aware Unbeatables are going to be snatching a bit of space in the circle over to the west, so they are going to be leapfrogged eventually. And actually, where Unbeatables are going is a really good position to get an angle on where Spins are currently playing against Chronicles, because it's a little bit elevated. It's got a bit of a high ground going your way. If you want to be able to sweep also behind you in the process, this could be looking really good for Unbeatables. They are going to be having a team relatively nearby, so Unbeatables might not have the easy play. What? Spray down here from PIR. Also gets the flush off the back of that with the Scar on the 4X. That is an insanely good elim to get. And now the position that's been given away, Unbeatables now know a team, in fact, is positioned inside of Crash Site.
Yeah, location have already been compromised, so definitely those teams that are about to get inside the circle will be really cautious at this point. One of the players from Team Chronicles currently knocked down on the ground, but I think there's still, time for a quick pickup right there, but there's at least 3 teams headed towards that same direction. Unbeatables managed to put up 6 elimination points. We can see this player right here, Ghost, is trying to pop off a lot of smokes while throwing nades as well. So he's trying to set up a trap here for anyone who would dare come close to where they are exactly. Now Ghost doing a massive spray, and just look at that. Straight out of a movie scene once again. We got a car tumbling down from the hill. So yeah, this is pretty nice thing to watch DBS action again, coming from that trade-off. And Ghost keeps winning a lot of fights. 10 elimination points as well for the side of Unbeatables.
Oof, a lot of action is going to be happening over to the western edge. A lot of teams went for that wide rotate, especially the side of 7 Short and the side of also 1-for-1 official. Though now you got to send it center. There's only one compound in play here, Red, and as we saw, it's held down by just, I believe, a solo. Yeah, it's just a solo of RRQ. So maybe just hide in a singular room and just hope nobody sees you. That might be the best course of action. But as of right now, the action is going to be unfolding over to the west. I think they're trying to pop the wheels of a IM77 VN's car. That's going to be slowing down his possible rotations down the line. Good angle there. Actually, he's down to his last, 2 clips now on his M4. IM77 needs to find some loot ASAP. Otherwise, he's going to be down to just an S12K, which, as we know here, Red, S12K and long range just is not a great kind of combo. So you might want to try and find some ammo or a different weapon very, very soon.
Yeah, it wouldn't do you good if you're trying to put down a player from across the field there. Might as well switch back to an assault rifle. Exactly what he did. You know, it's not making sense at all. But yeah, we're looking at unbeatable 10 elimination points. We got blah, 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 blah. Okay, nice name. Very interesting. Okay, I bet he's pretty taltalkative in real
Very
life.
original.
But yeah, I mean, Ghost is probably trying to pick up some resources as well, trying to replenish what he have lost, you know, from inside his backpack. But so far, so good for the side of Team RQ. Although, again, they're down to their last player and taking a spot right down there in the middle. Max could be hard to defend.
The case spins though, looking to leave crash site, looking for unbeatables right around the corner, and they do get the great drop onto them. They get one, get the second onto blah blah blah, puts them on.
Oh.
Be careful, Frankie, you're gonna be put on fire. Hey, put Frankie on fire. You got to communicate, PIR. You can't just throw the molly when your teammate is pushing to flush, blah, blah, blah. As we do see 7 Short looking for the compound of RRQ. He is moving. The last player of RRQ, in fact, is moving around, giving some information away. The Molotov is going to be on the floor, spreading and doing a lot of tick damage, forcing him over onto the rooftop. I thought he was going to try and play silent, but he gave his position away, and because of that, gets taken out.
Ooh.
And that's our end of their match in ninth place.
I mean, that was such a prime location, so really, I mean, a lot of teams will definitely eye that very same spot, and unfortunately, he cannot defend that one because he doesn't have the gunpowder to begin with. And you know what? I feel like we are saying, you know, blah, blah, blah in the wrong tone. Is it not blah, 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 blah?
It's like, I think it's more like a sarcastic blah, blah, blah. I think that might be more accurate. But mate, yours is pretty good too. I don't know. It could be any of them. You could say you can adapt the tone based on what's happened. Like if he's dominating, it's like blah blah blah, and if he gets eliminated, it's like blah blah blah. You know, just change it, adapt on the fly. Yeah.
Okay, that could be cool. But anyway, getting back into action here, ladies and gents. Stage 6, and we're looking at the final 6 teams remaining. We got Demon Esports right now. Kala bleeding out there in the open. It could be hard for a pickup considering that it's a little bit, you know, like an open space. And Star, I guess Team Star is just, you know, within the area as well. I'm not sure why Pinkman is not really gunning for Kala at this point. I mean, he did give a chance for Demon Esports to lick their wounds, and perhaps, you know, Demon Esports can avenge their fallen comrades and serve revenge up against Team Star.
They need vengeance, just like Batman. Where's Batman actually? Is he eliminated? I didn't see Batman this game. I'm Batman. I am the Knight. I am vengeance. But no, not this game apparently, as he got taken out relatively early. Here we go, 1-for-1 though, looking for the breach onto 7 Short Esports. They are going to be inside. The Fox is in the hen house, and that's going to be the instantly one-on-one trade-off. He's put solo by that grenade. The second grenade will be the one to confirm that knock. And now, wait, actually, JDR, how the hell did he hit that one eventually? But running in the middle of the open with only nades in hand, Red is it's a risky and ballsy play to call it anything else. And unfortunately, was just not quite successful enough, meaning that 7 Short will get back up as a 3-man squad, I believe, and they are still looking damn good, especially with this phase of the circle, meaning that they still have circle priority, their buildings are still in circle, and the other 2 teams here have to fight each other in red zone, and the side of Demon Esports actually are going to have to clash, and it's going to be tough to deny away from 7 Short, as they should be trying to third-party this engagement.
All right, here we go. I mean, Red Zone Esports looking too good at the moment. I mean, they do have the biggest chance of scoring the chicken dinner here, rather, but brutally done. I mean, one of them caught a nade to the face. I think that came from Frankie. spins. But then again, we can see how they're trying to really control the map here, trying to dictate the tempo, even with just 3 of their members. And this is what we were talking about just a while ago. Even there will be teams, that could still pull off a chicken dinner, even if they're playing with just 3 of their members. Now, Spins has the best chance of winning this fight up against Seven Shores, but hey, maybe Seven Shores can show us a trick or two here on how to get a chicken dinner up against Spins, even if the tides are against them.
It's going to be a rough one, but there are a lot of options available here for the side of Spins if they want to claim this winner. This winner chicken. I was going to say the same thing as you for. No, there's definitely a lot of options here. I think that Spins, if they could, especially you see that one smoke at the bottom, if they can try and get the extra player around that kind of position, it's going to get so many angles secured for Spins, and it's going to make it then hard for Seven Shore to leave the compound. That is going to be interesting to see how they try and leave it. Motu already on top of the balcony, while Rick and Zayan inside the left side. But actually, Rick is on top of the roof, right, I believe. He is, in fact, on the roof getting some pivotal information with that third-person perspective. And here we go. PIR going to get himself in the McLaren, trying to regroup with this team in a safe position. They still have 50 seconds to play. But wait, is the circle still on top of some of the buildings here, Red? I think Rick's building is still in circle.
Yeah, I'm going, against the odds here. I feel like Seven Shore has the best chance of actually scoring the chicken dinner, considering the fact that there are 2 players on the rooftop getting the information. And, with this kind of vantage point, you can tell, from which direction your enemies will be coming from. And if they can capitalize on that one, play their cards right, they can pretty much win up against Spins. But that was such a great opening knock, though, coming from Spins. So this is now a 3v2, and there goes the charge. But hey, it's not going to be easy for Spins, though.
I thought they were going to try and wait out Spins to see if Seven Shores are going to be pushing themselves out of the building. Like, just let the circle do its job. But as we said, some of the buildings apparently are still in circle. And I do wonder, do Spins know that? Or are they going to try and use it to their advantage and maybe have some easy pre-fire shots onto Seven Shore? I'm not too sure how that's going to be working out. There we go. Big pre-fire of Zayan. A lot of ammo, so he can just keep the pressure on for as long as he realistically wants. Big shots from Frankie around that smoke. The blue zone is going to be doing some work. Gets the knock, and now it's down to Choco in a 1v3 versus Seven Shore. And he hit the first knock. No, he cannot. And Seven Shore will indeed be the one to claim our second ERANGLE chicken dinner of the day.
Hey. Okay. Great. But, I mean, looking at the situation just a while ago, I mean, they're holding on to compound there. So, again, they do have that much cover, right? They don't exactly need to worry about bullets headed towards their direction, because all they need to do was just really be patient, right? And let the opposing team actually come at them instead of them giving up their vantage points. And looking at the stats here, Motu, I believe, was the one who was able to bag most of the number when it comes to elimination points, 2 knockouts, 372 damage output. So I mean, but at the end of every match here, Max, I do believe that it's always going to be teamwork at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's always going to be teamwork making the dream work in this game. And Seven Shore understood very early on, wait, actually, RRQ have the best compound. We got a breach, and luckily enough for them, RRQ were down to just a solo player, which made that breach just even smoother for them to execute. And they play it really well. They don't get overconfident in that position. They don't leave to third party the southern fight. They just wait it out, like, oh, we still got circle, we don't really have to push it, we're going to make 100% sure we secure this chicken dinner. It got a bit risky at the end because some of the initial shots off Spins were really on point. It just didn't quite happen for Spins, and luckily enough, Seven Shore do get himself a win. And we kept said it, I think, even throughout yesterday, right, Red, that when you need to be top 16 out of 24, these singular wins you can secure can be just enough to push you in top 16 to make into the finals. And I think that this win for Seven Shores, that, by the way, at the start of today, we're in 19th position. Because of this game, I think that we might count them as our 16 finalist teams at the end of these 6 matches.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard-fought victory, definitely, for Seven Shore on ERANGLE. I mean, they've just overcome Spins in a tense battle in the end zone. Spins put up a strong resistance, I can say, but Seven Shore's coordinated attacks. That's how I would want to put it, and precise shooting, I guess, proved to be the difference. So yeah, the win is a significant step forward for Seven Shore in their quest for the grand finals. But I mean, if we're going to be looking at the damage output, obviously we got Spins here, setting up a total of 1,706. So I can only say that they've managed to put down, more players inside the game. It's just that they weren't able to put that as an elimination point. They weren't able to like really get the job done.
I do think for spins, though, we have to keep in mind, spins are technically well, not technically, they are realistically the replacement of 4MV. And
Yeah.
from the looks of it, there's a very high likelihood they might actually qualify with games like this. I think they might just be making it into the top 16. Looking, though, at the MVP, it is going to be I'm77. There was a very low on ammo, but for good reason, Red, because he was using it to get 5 eliminations and just under 1,000 damage, 903 damage secured by him and his trusty M4. So really good stuff coming on from Unbeatables, which also is an underdog team that I didn't expect too much from, but they have been surprising me in really, really good ways. And I think that there's a chance they could be maybe a contender for that first place going into the finals because they do have the potential to go that far.
Oh, definitely. Again, we're just looking for consistency, of course. I mean, we're looking at top 6 in teams, and I do believe that it's a huge window of opportunity for everyone. I mean, it's just about, like a question whether or not they want this so bad, or like, do they really want to be part of the grand finals, or are they just playing for experience? Because some of the big names as well still part of the second page, and I do wonder if those underdogs, coming from the Pakistani community, stands a chance up against those invited teams here in the Stallions series.
We'll have to see how that goes. Looking at the top players here, you got yourself Spins with PIR, Kadir, Voltrix, and the player that we still cannot say his name of RQ here, Red, unfortunately. But he's been performing quite well, this guy. Maybe he's also a player being tested for RRQ for the 2025 season. We'll have to keep an eye out for that. I'm still waiting until the moment we do see Crypto on those top 5 player boards. He had some great shotgun plays earlier, but unfortunately it's just not quite enough as we look at the points. And by the way, interesting fact here, looking at it, Red, for Seven Shores. Yesterday's matches, 6 games in, they totaled 17 points over 6 matches. In this one game alone, they more than doubled their points of yesterday with a single match, thanks to that chicken dinner with the 9 eliminations to top it off. So, Seven Shores, right now, they're looking pretty good. That's a massive improvement after yesterday's performance.
It's a make or break, right? I mean, if you have one big game, I think you can already catapult yourself into the top spot. But if you have also like one bad game, I think that could be quite crucial, for any team, to be exact. I mean, DRS just a while ago, great momentum so far during game number 1, but then again, I feel like with that early elimination coming into that second game, that's definitely going to be like a toll on them if they do have that goal finishing this game at the top spot. I mean, I feel like this is more, again, this is not just about the Mullah, this is more of like a bragging rights as well.
Yeah, that's true. It is definitely going to be a bragging right. I won the Stallions Series brought to you by Tabani Esports and Bloodmoon Esports. It's going to be a big statement to kick off your 2025 esports career. But looking at DRS, sure, they did get himself a chicken dinner earlier, but a little bit of a fall-off here. They got a 0 points game. But it happens. You fight for the garage. You fight for the cars. And the off angle was just a little bit too strong. But I'm sure DRS will be doing just fine as we come back right after these replays. And there you have it. We are slowly going to be getting ready for our next game. I can hear myself twice somewhere. I think production. Yeah, okay. There we go. Hopefully it's going to be better. It was not you, Red. Don't worry about it. We are getting ready then for our 4th match of the day and seeing who's going to be able to claim himself an extra chicken dinner today. But Red, so far expectations have been set for some of our top 16 contenders. But any surprises you've been, surprises you've been surprised by? Surprises you've been enjoying so far today to have just a little bit of a wider vocabulary?
Well, you know what? Honestly, I'm curious if DRS can outperform, FaZe Clan. It was an explosive performance from the get-go coming from Thailand. And it was such a great statement, to be honest, and dominating with just 12 matches. So I think they've already set the bar high. So I do wonder if... again, it is going to be the same question, right? If there's someone brave enough and confident enough and daring enough to take the throne out of FaZe. So that's actually just like one question that I do have for this tournament. And maybe if 4 Thrives and ASI8 can really show up for the remaining matches that we have for this evening, because after all, I did say this at the beginning of the match, right, that I would love to see a Pakistani team really dominate the Stallion series. After all, this is a chance for them to kind of bring pride, to the Pakistani community, because Pakistani people, I believe, to be very passionate when it comes to supporting their favorite teams and their favorite players.
That is true. They're definitely very passionate, not about only the Pakistani teams, but also crypto in particular, which we have to keep in mind, by the way. I don't want to bring up a sad topic, but I8 at the start of today were in 17th position. Of course, a lot of that was caused, Red, to the fact that they were not really fully playing as a full squad yesterday. They are playing as a full squad today from what I've witnessed so far, at least, and Crypto is also playing, so there's definitely a higher chance of them making it, but they're not 100% safe, which means in the last 3 matches, in the second half of day 3 here of the playoffs for the Stallions Series brought to you by Bloodmoon Esports and Tabani Esports, we need to see IA Esports do well. We need to see them put points on the table if they want to go and head on over into the finals. As here we go. Our next ERANGLE playing path is going to be from Hospital over to the eastern side of Yasnaya. Pretty northern. And I'm sure 1-4-1, unfortunately, Red, are going to have to stretch their drop over into military base.
Well, honestly speaking, Max, for the teams such as ASI Esports, 7th Element, 4 Thrives, it shouldn't be so hard getting a spot in the top 16, if we're going to be honest, right? I mean, they've already performed in a lot of global stage or official tournaments as well. So this is not, they're not new to this, right? They've been playing this one professionally for quite some time now, so they already know what they need to do exactly inside the battlefields just to make sure that they get a spot in the top 16. So if we can still see them at the bottom of the page, so perhaps that they don't want to reveal what kind of secret weapon they have in store for us for the year 2025, or maybe they don't want to reveal just what kind of a strategy for coming for the team. But yeah, it's not impossible for ASI8 and those teams that I mentioned a while ago to actually secure a spot in the top 16.
Definitely going to be a chance for that to happen. Top 16 is going to be down to the wire. I think the last game, Red, of today, we're going to be seeing some teams just leave the bottom 8, and some teams that were just barely in the top 16 are unfortunately going to get pushed on out. It is going to be down to the wire. We'll see who's going to be able to compete for those final slots into the finals. Because I would say, as of right now, if we look at the rankings, by the way, we still haven't seen the rankings. I don't know what's up with that.
No.
If it's normal, we're not looking at the leaderboards, because I just don't know what the leaderboards look like. But nevertheless, we do. Not again.
Again.
DRS. They won it. They won. These guys are crazy, man. Someone needs to tell DRS to chill out. They're too crazy for me. Oh my god. Here we go. Alliance also. Wait, this is the same. Are we having a replay of last game, or what's going on? Why are we having the same fights? Have you not learned your lesson? Oh.
Deja vu moment for us. But 7th Element right now, they're not in a very good shape because we're looking at the last surviving member here. Let's see if we can pull off a clutch, save his team, bid the knight in shining armor. Okay, X, that was such a great spot, but you are up against K-Luke right now, and he's cooking up a nade. Let's see who can be accurate at this point. We can hear the footsteps, definitely, but timing is everything. There goes the nade, but he wasn't able to shut down K-Luke at that point. Shamir trying to crawl back desperately to X here, but let's see if we can win this fight. There goes a dance and a drop shot coming from K-Look, and Alliance was able to come up on top. But then again, we're looking at the two remaining members for the team. They may have won the war, but or like the battle. Is that it? They may have won the battle, but can they win the war?
That's exactly it. Pekka, though, going to be spotted as he tries to cross from the southern buildings to the northern buildings in residential area of George Pole. Not going to be successful, unfortunately, as we just witnessed. But yeah, why are these two fights happening? Knockout Esports versus DRS, and then you have 7th Element versus Alliance. It just happened the last game, Red, and yet they're so adamant on dropping there again, back to back. And as we saw for Alliance, they were able to at least win it this time, but... I'm very confused because I feel like they're just very stubborn.
Ooh.
These 4 teams, they're just like, we just really want to fight and we're not going to give it up for any reason whatsoever. But maybe giving it up like for RRQ, what they did, right? They gave up a lot of early game skirmishes. It allowed them to actually secure a decent placement last game with a ton of eliminations. So maybe a bit more respect, at least for the finals, because a lot of these teams are chill, right, Red, to head into the finals. But in the finals themselves, I just hope we don't see these situations happen again, because you're not going to go too far if you keep fighting from minute 1.
But you know what? DRS actually survived. And we're still looking at full squad here. 6 elimination points, so that is outstanding. Unfortunately for the Stand Alliance, they're totally out of the game. So we already have like 3 teams out of ERANGLE. That would be Alliance, 7th Element again, and KO. Oh, 7th Element. What is happening?
Wait.
Like...
Was it DRS that chased down 7th Element on that fight between them and Alliance? Oh, sorry, Alliance. Yeah.
I think a while ago, when we saw them fighting, 7th Element was the one winning the fight, right? But DRS was able to like flip the script, turn the tables up against 7th Element, and now they were able to get 6 elimination points, and they get to keep, the whole squad.
Someone, all the DRS fans in the chat.
What?
Can you tell DRS to chill? Give the other teams a chance to do something this game. They're just chasing down everyone. And DRS are a scary, scary team right now. But here we go. Unbeatables in this apartment complex. Going to be trying their best to hold down the fort versus RTG. But it's only blah, 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 which we saw what he could try and do earlier from that shed. He was not too successful. Unfortunately, the nade is going to be cooked. He's trying to bait him, actually, with the pin of that nade. Blah, blah, blah is going to be jumping on out in case the utility comes on through. Makes it down to the lower building. He still has a Uzi and a QBZ, which is a decent weapon loadout if you want to try and get the clutch, but you are dealing against a shotgun, which we know in close quarter combat, those shotguns are definitely going to do quick work off you. He jumps out the window, and that is the end of the line for Unbeatables, as they only get 1 point for their trouble.
XYZ putting up a kill as easy as ABCA. No, just kidding. But anyway, DRS. Okay, let me just get back to that one. To be honest, given their position in the overall rankings, there's really no need for them to perform really aggressive, in the remaining matches. But then again, I do feel like they have this mission wherein they would want to dethrone FaZe Clan. They would want to, reclaim their spot, because after all, after day number 1, they were able to sit on the throne rather. But yeah, I mean, DRS Gaming right now, looking at them, they're pretty strong, pretty confident, and I do I'm positive enough that we can see them play even in the latter stages for this match alone. Is this going to be our last ERANGLE?
I believe we're going to have 3 ERANGLEs in a row, then 2 Miramars. From what I recall, that's going to be the map rotation. So we might have this fight happen again. Actually, no, wait. Wait, 1, 2, 3. No, this is the last ERANGLE. We got 2 Miramars after. We're already on match 4 today. Oh my god, I thought we were on match 3 for a second. This is going by so quickly. This day is so entertaining. I forgot one game even happened. We just got too much bloody action in these games. Ready? It's entertaining. I gotta say, entertainment-wise, this Stallion Series tournament is up there. It's real fun to see how these teams interact with each other, with the new features, especially that have been added in the game, like the repair gun. The M79, etc. It's been a good old time. Yeah, my brain is just not working anymore.
Okay. But Star Official right now, there's a truce happening right now in ERANGLE. I mean, after all, this is just stage number 1, and we've seen quite a lot of drop fights happen. I mean, UNB as well already out of the game. UNB would be unbeatables, right? And then Cito, before they went out, they were able to put up 4 elimination points, and we were talking about this, the other day, that the important thing is that you don't exit the game empty-handed. And so far, Alliance not as strong, right? They're not really exposing who they really are inside a battlefield just yet. But going out with 4 elimination points is still a pretty decent number. I mean, considering the fact like how they're going to be able to secure a spot in the top 16. Again, some of the teams, the big names, are like exerting bare minimum here, except for DRS, who I believe would want to really come up on top at this point.
That's true. I'm looking at, yeah, Demon here's got himself such a great compound to play from. They could very easily get that horse if they want. I don't know if horse is going to be meta in esports if it gets added. I'm not going to lie, because we had a survey a few weeks ago, I believe, right after the PMGC Grand Finals, where they were asking, would people be interested in seeing horses added to esports?
Yes.
I don't think it's going to be added, but what if it is? What if it is added to esports? I don't know how that's going to affect the meta, if it's going to be used at all or not, because it's a weird vehicle. It can also walk away from you without you realizing. So you feel like, oh, I got a horse, I'm fine, I can rotate, and it just walks away, and then you just don't have a vehicle anymore. You're stuck in that one shed you have in the middle of a field. Unlucky.
Wait, by the way, disclaimer, okay, no real horses are actually being harmed in the games, ladies and
That's
gents.
true.
Now,
Yeah.
looking at the map feed, okay, again, there's like a tsunami of teams will be coming from the east side, specifically Yasnaya Playana, okay, so there will be quite a massive cleanup that might happen over to that side of the circle. But as for the other teams, I believe they've already taken a position, in the remaining compounds is included in the safe zone. But Hassim was able to pick up T24 and another player coming from 4 Thrives, and there's a confirmation, I guess. IQQ as well. Oh my. 4 Thrives, unfortunately, not doing so good, right, for this game, and yeah, no points whatsoever. Again, so many big names right here. 7 Element, Aceto, we got 4 Thrives as well, not performing for this round alone.
It's you're definitely not doing great, Red, when you get eliminated. I think that's how the game works. Just sorry, I have to make fun of my co-caster every time. It's just a rule, okay? Torx is not here, so you have to take the brunt of the action. The red zone here is going to be able to claim this little compound to the east of the crates area of George, as they will be actually in a really solid position for this phase 2 circle, because this is one of my favorite compounds for multiple reasons, but the main one being it's just surrounded by flat terrain, which means if a team decides to breach you, you see it from a mile away, and you can very easily set up a defensive kind of hold against those teams that intend to snatch that position away from you.
You know what? The only goal right now for the playoffs is really secure a spot in the top 16, which is not hard at all. Technically speaking, if you're already part of the top 16, you've already hit the goal. But then again, if you're those teams that are like maybe placing at 15 or like 16 or even like 14, right? You're not out of the woods. There's a need for you to really perform still, because there will be teams that will be eyeing for that spot as well. Star Official, Pinkman. Oh, seeing red right now. Just went for a massive spray up against Batman. But Batman was able to escape with his Batmobile.
He's able to make it in. Actually, imagine if we get Batman collab and we get the Batmobile. That would be the best collab we could ever get. I hope we get a DC collab at one point. That I would love that. I would definitely pay up. I would pay up big time.
I know, right?
To get one of those skins.
Take my money.
Actually, question for you, Red. While we have a little bit of a chill time here, DRS are still getting eliminations, by the way, which we're used to by now. DRS are just the destroyers in this lobby. If you could have PUBG Mobile do a collab with any IP out there for like skins or like a mode or whatever, which IP would you like them to do a collab with?
Star Wars.
Star Wars. Oh, you know what?
Star Wars.
It works. It works.
Hovercraft. Sorry. Oh, instead of macheting, we will see lightsabers, right? Oh, that would be cool with all the sound effects. Oh.
But that means if you get a clone skin, do you just miss every single one of your shots? Because that's kind of what they do. It's their whole thing.
Oh my god!
That's a debuff. That's not a great skin. You don't want to have that. Oh, that would be a good collab.
Oh yeah.
PUBG Mobile.
But
get
how
on
about
it.
you?
Anyways, Oh, for me, I have to say One Piece. I'm a massive One Piece fan. I feel like
Oh.
you could have like a boat skin is like a mini Mary or something, or like even a Thousand Sunny would be amazing. Just we had Dragon Ball, so One Piece could happen
Oh,
maybe
Dragon
down the
Ball.
line.
Yeah.
I hope
Big
so.
fan of Dragon Ball. Okay, but I actually learned about One Piece. Honestly, I'm not familiar with the manga. I was able to watch the live adaptation. Please don't hate me, but yeah, it's a good one. Honestly, after
I watched it
watching
too. I
that live
like it.
adaptation, yeah, I really loved it. Now I'm trying to keep up to date with what is happening with One Piece, but yeah, that is a promising one. But it's so hard to say it online because I feel like I'm gonna get bashed.
No, it's like the Netflix adaptation is very good. So no hate on that. I
There
feel
you
like you are
go.
speaking facts. You are speaking absolute facts right now, Red. Don't worry. Tell us, chat. By the way, join the conversation. If you could have PUBG Mobile do an IP collab with any IP out there, which one would you pick? Feel free to tell us in the comments, and we'll try and read some of the best ones if there are some good ideas, which I do see a few fly around here and there every once in a while.
Hmm.
There we go. I8 though, holding on to one of the better compounds. Actually, the winning compound of the previous game, right, Red? In what Seven
Yeah.
Shores were able to execute. I8 know the value of this compound. Crypto's already on the rooftop, getting info, taking shots, and hopefully taking names in the process. And they will be looking pretty damn good in this match if the circle ends up going their way.
Actually, RQ did manage to lose one of their members. That would be Sambo, aka Nerpeko. So he was the first one to be eliminated from the
Yep.
team. But RQ headed towards right into the middle of the map, and there's already like 3 teams at least down there in the middle. So perhaps, RQ, as aggressive as they can be, they're definitely going in for the kills. Because I know, I mean, in the other tournaments that I've casted, off-season tournaments, RQ managed to always like pull off like a double chicken dinner, and I'm kind of missing, that tenacity, that prowess coming from RQ. It's been a while since I've really seen them really perform like explosive thing, for from inside the battles. Perhaps we can see that happening right now. We're looking at 3 of their members. They managed to put up 2 elimination points. They are currently at the 3rd spot here, at least in this round. Again, I'm just waiting for them to kind of pop off.
But Batman, he's alone in the night in Gotham, ready to take names very soon, hopefully, versus Demon Esports as they're just around the corner. This is a building, though. I'm not sure. I didn't see it. I don't know if you spotted it. Has the garage been open for Batman or not? Because if it has been, I think people will just not go there. But did you see anything?
Oh, no.
Okay. Well, so
wasn't able
I hopefully he did
to see.
open it, because if it's open and he maybe took the car somewhere else or just hid it behind the building, the amount of interest in that building is going to go down significantly, because the only reason you want to go to garage is or the circle ends there, or you don't have a car and you're looking for another one to make the transitions. Hopefully, Batman will be able to hide his location for a little bit longer as a solo. I'm not expecting him to make it very, very far this game, as RRQ seeming to claim this little ridge to get some great info on the northern rotating teams.
So far, teams here are killing nothing but time. So let's see what's going to happen next, or like if there will be teams we'll decide to go head to head. That would be DRS right now, racking a lot of points as well. 8 elimination points, and now there's looking to assume some more. Here comes the dance with the DBS once again. Jump shot done, but Killer YT stabbing him in front was just like the cherry on top
got
there,
10
eliminating
elims.
INC at 12th place.
They got 10 Look, the highest second elimination team is RTG
Yeah, I tell ya.
and Team Chronicles with 4 elims. They got more than double the second top fragging team of this game. DRS on an absolute tear, and I feel like they just kind of took a page out of the notebook of 141 in the sense of, oh, you guys just chase down anyone you see. Let's start doing the same thing. And DRS are not just being successful, they're thriving in doing that. They not only got 10 eliminations, they haven't lost a single player, which means that they got all the loot of those falling enemies they took down, and now they're just super stacked and they're just ready to go. They're raring to go in these upcoming engages. So I know it's early. We're just on phase 3 here, Red, for this match, but are DRS looking to claim a second win today? Because with these stats, with that amount of loot they have now, there's a very high chance that could be happening very soon.
Yep, highly likely. You know how hard it is to even get 1 elimination point in this kind of Lobby and DRS maintaining a full squad. We're already at stage 3. Very promising run, for the side of DRS. They did have like quite a bad game in the previous round, so there's a need for them to pick up, the pace, or like pick up where they left off. And so far they're doing great. 10 elimination points is is tremendous, for the side of DRS. And you did ask me like which of the teams I think who would dominate for final matches today, and I did mention DRS. And the Real Soldiers, they have a statement to make here, I believe, and right now they are flexing on us. They're flexing on to all the teams inside the lobby here.
There we go, looking at I8 though, looking to also flex on this fight versus 141, but 141 we know them for being hyper aggressive. Voltruk's going to be able to get himself a little above 180, but gets driven over by one of the opponents of I8. It's going to be Crypto, actually the one to get himself that elimination, and he is going to be moving on forward for the rest of the team. I8 though, everyone's in a car, no one's shooting. This is not a race, we are using weapons, guys. Please, use your weapon. Even do a drive-by, you can go in the passenger seat. He just crashes into him, jumps on down.
Woo!
I don't know what's going on anymore. I guess people are getting eliminated.
Yeah. Road rage situation, ladies and gents. Hot pursuit coming from between these two amazing teams. A 141 official, ASI8. Unfortunately, Crypto is on the ground, on his knees. He's bleeding out there. I don't know what Ghost is going to do in the situation. He went in for a massive spray with a Scarline, was able to put down one, but he needs to take care of JDR. And this could be a tough opponent right here. But you know what? Forget what I said anything, because it was Swavel from RQ that got the point. So that was still killed.
See you later, Alligator. That's going to be the end of the line for I8, unfortunately. Not able to do too well, unfortunately, today, even with the addition of Crypto. So kind of a tough nut to crack for the side of I8. These matches, they are not having the best time in the world, though. Road to Glory, RTG, Chill Guy, which seems to always be far away from his team for some reason, is going to be seeming to regroup with the two of them in the very, very near future. But looking at teams in circle, Team RQ, again, I love the way they rotate. They're able to find these great positions super early on in the match. Sure, there's a little bit of circle luck added to the mix, but they just know how to hold on. They have splits early game, they send into the better position later on in the match, and they tend to just have these really solid defensive positions. Don't keep RQ out of your mind. They could be doing pretty well in this match, because guess what? In this kind of circle, there are not too many compounds remaining.
You know what? Looking at the situation here, and DRS really performing. Same thing goes for RQ. A1 Aero Esports, to be honest, is not in a very good spot in the overall rankings. I do wonder if they can still make it into the top 16. But 7 Shore right now, Zayan with a rapid spray was able to get the job done. 1 point for 7 Shore, but then again, they still need to pick up some more. Zayan holding to an S12K. Oh, but a little slow with the trigger there, so he will be knocked down on the ground. And there's a confirmation coming from Harold, getting the point. Nugget as well, just got knocked down by Chill Guy, and same thing goes with Shahir. So there's a lot of back and forth situation happening from all over the map, and oh man, this is getting intense right now in the final stages.
Intense is going to be the right word to use here. DRS, though, I still cannot believe Killer got that knife elimination earlier. This guy is just built different, as they are going to be making the cross. DRS, we saw that mistake happen earlier. Please don't send it one by one. You need to send it as a full team. We don't want to lose players for no reason like this. DRS going to be losing one, and they are now down to a 3-man team. The same mistake happens once again. I know you guys are known as the ghost of the mountains, but that mountain, you don't want to become a real ghost to make it up there. You want to make it as a team. You want to be alive and well. As now 7 Shore, one player gets done knocked, and the rest of DRS should be looking to claim those 2 elimination points.
And again, DRS Gaming looking to score some more. I mean, there's 2 players from inside that building, right? And it's not looking too good for them. I mean, DRS definitely has their eyes set onto this 2 players. But XMPL, okay, just did a massive spray, but unfortunately did not even connect. So Swavel is still safe and alive. And I guess for RQ, they're also looking to knock down these 2 players coming from 7 Shore. I mean, they're going to be pretty easy targets here.
I'm not a fan of these smokes looking at what's happening. I mean, that's definitely a hiding spot. I swear,
Yes.
I love watching DRS play. You never know what they're gonna do next, but no one's gonna know someone's in there. The smokes are coming out for the side of 7 Shore. They gotta know. There's no way.
They're gonna know.
They're gonna know.
They're gonna know.
But they got the buggy over for 7 short. Ah, there we go. He gets on out. Here's Rick in the buggy trying to zoom on by up north. DRS keep the heat on these Western teams. But leaving this spot when you have a team's position right north of them,
Yeah.
this is going to be a tough match for DRS to wrap it up.
Oh, but with that hiding spot, Killer Whitey, I think. Oh, what? He got spotted from there? Wow,
Yeah.
amazing. But anyway, I mean, DRS now. I think they will leave that player behind as they make their way inside. Delta getting some damage. So same thing goes for SMPL. But here comes the charge now. Delta was able to take over that little shack right there, which is, I guess, a good spot for now. But then again, one Molly, one nade can eliminate both of these players coming from DRS. But then again, looking at the elimination points, 12 in total. This is already a quite strong performance for them.
It's a sizable performance for DRS. That's definitely true. But what do you do now for DRS? This circle hates DRS. They've been really struggling to get into the position to play out this game. Delta able to get himself an amazing angle, able to get the flush even way. Actually, if they able to get so many eliminations like this, up to now 13, maybe they can create a bit more space for them to then transition with a car. Luckily enough, they got a bunch of cars. They should be one that's in decent working condition. And also a bit of loot of that fallen enemy they were able to secure. But can they actually get in circle here, Red? If they make it and get the win, I would be so damn impressed. But they do have smokes.
Oh.
So that will make it a little bit easier to make it to the play zone.
Oh, Mads. He's fishing out some players. Unfortunately for Frankie, that was the end of the line for him. But you did ask about DRS, if they're going to be making it inside the circle. I think not, because that could be hard. I mean, looking at these two players, and Red Zone Esports doing an amazing job with the gatekeeping situation. I mean, of course, we're not discounting the fact that perhaps, they could win this fight up against Red Zone. But then again, it will take, quite a miracle for them to even get into the safe zone. But let's see, what kind of fight they're gonna put up against Red Zone as they make their way in. Delta with a DPS can even shut down a player here.
No way!
I think he was able to answer that question.
There is no way that worked out. Delta able to find himself just a little bit of hiding spot behind those rocks. They get the elimination. RQ also getting decimated on the other side of the river. And DRS now have found a place to call home. They even get million! They get 15 possible eliminations, maybe 16 if they can find Luke 60 FPS in the process of that transition. Delta, an example, are mad this game. 5 eliminations apiece, 3 for Killer and 2 for the extra player who, I don't know how to pronounce his name. And they also have a loot crate. Imagine they find an MG3 in the loot crate now. Now, they have to win if they get the MG3. It's a must-win chicken dinner for DRS. Come on, guys.
Oh, yes. Especially that they've already set up the momentum right here. They're putting up a great show. DRS not disappointing their fans. Watching here inside Stallions series, but Delta XMPL, this is the dynamic duo, highly decorated soldiers. But if, since Lux already has the idea where DRS is currently camping, right, they're on prone, will he be able to at least shut down one of them? Could he spot the push, if ever? Because that could, mean great things for Red Zone if he can actually shut down DRS at that point, or at this point in the game.
Could be, but the main issue is going to be this Harry Potter tower here that Assassin of Demon Esports just secured. That is going to be pivotal. And it's going to be clearly the win condition for Demon Esports if they want to win this game. Holding down that position is going to be important. Example will get dropped by Luke, and he does get avenged by Delta. Can he get the res, or was he flushed out? I'm not too sure. Yeah, Example was indeed flushed out of the game, so it's just going to be a final single player of DRS to try and climb his way right up to that chicken dinner. But PIR, they have no idea. That nade could be massive if it hits. Unfortunately, no damage will come on through. And Choco will be joining up onto PIR. Delta, though, his position was given away to Demons. Demons know Delta's right there. And I think at this point, you want to leave Spins fight Demon Esports. And then maybe during that madness, while it unfolds, maybe you can snatch away the win. Because that nade does a lot of work off Demons.
Yeah, but Demon right now is in between Spins and Delta, I can say. There's quite a chance for Spins to actually put down a couple players, at least coming from the side of Demon. Demon right now, they could grow a pair of eyes at the back of their heads just to manage two teams here.
Big.
And there you go, one of them already knocked down, coming from Choco. So Delta will definitely
Oh
capitalize
my
on this
God!
information. And just so Delta again with an accurate nade. We're looking
got
at
8 nades!
Assassin right here, last remaining player. And look at that, unsolicited help, you know, coming from the other side. Delta goes in with a massive spray, but wasn't able to put down Assassin just yet, although he was able to inflict a lot of pain. And I think this is going to pave the way for Spins to just get the job done as well.
A little bit of an unfortunate spray for Delta. Choco is there to clean it up for Spins. It's now turned up into a 1v2. Delta's able to get an extra knockdown. It's a 1v1. Choco versus Delta for the win. Get himself right behind that ridge. Dodges some of the incoming damage right behind that rock. He has to shotgun. Hits the shot. And Delta, the ghost of the mountains, to get themselves the 4th chicken dinner of day number 3 in the playoffs.
Delta playing on another level here, completely transformed into a beast, I'm telling you. DRS, despite the odds, man, they were able to score the chicken dinner. I wasn't really looking at, you know, that kind of win coming from DRS, but that is phenomenal. Stellar performance, I can say.
I hope I wasn't screaming too loud for you guys there, because oh my god, I was. When I said, oh,
You
DRS,
were.
could
You
they
were.
win the game, I was kind of like setting up a storyline of like, oh, they could maybe have it happen. I did not expect them
But-
to go the entire way. He had like more than 10 nades at the end of that game, Red. He had double-digit grenades, and he was a mini red zone. Delta was a mini red zone this game, and he was just throwing nukes on everyone at that point. He got 8 eliminated. Wait a minute. He got 1,594 damage. Are you kidding me? That is, those are crazy numbers do you see very rarely, even in PMSLs and the top tier lobbies. Almost 1.6k damage. That is the comeback of Delta that we've been waiting months to see happen. That is
Yes.
massive.
Definitely Delta, a force to be reckoned with. You know, that was an adrenaline pumping action coming from Delta alone. I guess that is one way to shut down the naysayers down there in the comment section, like, oh, can still Delta do it, blah, 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 blah. But yes, I mean, looking at that performance, putting up 8 elimination points, and especially, you know, the process that he was able to attain that WWCD, again, a stellar performance coming from this player alone. I'm not even talking about the whole team just yet. I'm just talking about Delta and how amazing he was during that end zone.
I need to recuperate after that game. 18 eliminations, 28 points for DR. Okay, so FaZe, can we agree, Red, FaZe, they're not going to be in first place anymore? Like, it has to be DRS at this point, right? We agree? You can't even, you cannot hesitate on that statement, Red. Come on. Yeah.
Now, I'm still maybe perhaps like second place or third place, but not at the top just yet.
No, not
Because
now,
they
but like
did
by
have
the end of
one
today.
bad game. They did have one bad game though.
But they're going to be first
and FaZe
place.
Clan dominated 6 matches right yesterday.
But they got very little placement points, FaZe Clan, compared to now. DRS to get himself like so many wins, it seems, at this point. So I don't know. For me, they're going to be first place at the end of today. But look at that. Looking at the top 5 players, it is going to be Delta up there with 1.6k damage, followed up by a player of RRQ. Then example of DRS, Ghost of I8, and Luke of the side of CELCOMDIGI Alliance with 2 eliminations with a survival time of 4 minutes. Hey, 2 elims in 4 minutes? That's a good ratio, Red. I'll take it to the bank and run.
How much points are we talking about just for this round alone for DRS? Including
For DRS, that was
the
that was
chicken dinner.
28. No, they got 18 elims.
28. Is this the biggest number for today? Because someone, I mean, 141 official was able to put up 27, right, in total in the previous round. So this is
I'm
by
pretty
far-
sure this is a record in all of playoffs and maybe for the entire
Oh,
tournament.
man.
I don't want to say 100%. I'm not 100% sure, but maybe that is the case. But this is definitely a record that has been set for the Nepali squad of DRS. The Ghost of the Mountains are just on absolute fire. And we're not even done for today. We still have 2 Miramars left on the board. And we know how damn good DRS can do over on that Battlegrounds of Miramar.
Man.
The sandy dunes can definitely be their home ground for more chicken dinners to come. But with that said, it's been a very exciting day here, Red, looking at some of the teams. The teams at the top are kind of setting expectations heading into the finals. But now I feel like we have a lot of teams already qualified for the finals 100%. We're going to look at the bottom 8 teams right now to see who's not going to make it, because they still can technically qualify with one good game. but really it's going to be down to the wire for these teams to make it.
Definitely. And you know what? DRS, taking that winner chicken dinner with a commanding performance. We can expect, some of the teams will definitely show up in the remaining 2 matches that we're going to have for this evening. And, I'm just hoping that, again, someone will open the Pandora's box so we can see, pandemonium happen again for the remaining matches for this evening, Max.
Yeah, very hopefully. I believe the break is ready. I don't know if I heard production tell me it was ready or not. But with that said, that was my last game. And you know what? Ending on a chicken dinner like that from DRS, I'm super hyped. I'm really, really happy I was able to cover that one. So yeah, thanks so much, guys, for having me. Torix will be here to replace me for the last 2 matches of the day. So stick around as we come back right after these highlights.
All right, here we go. We're back again here, ladies and gents. Max out, Tarix in, and DRS takes the winner chicken there with a massive 28 points here, Tarix. And the big question on everyone's mind right now, since we're not seeing the overall rankings, have they overtaken FaZe Clan? This win combined with Delta's incredible performance just a while ago puts them in a very good position. If we're going to be looking at the overall rankings, I mean, what can you say about that end zone that we just saw coming from Spins, coming from Demon Esports, and of course Delta of DRS?
Honestly, DRS, most definitely. I was not expecting that kind of like a shift from the circle or from the teams, like how they actually played it out. It was phenomenal, and I can definitely say for sure on that, ERANGLE ended on a great note from all of these teams. DRS does definitely taken that chicken dinner for themselves, and I think this is their second chicken dinner. They took the first chicken dinner in ERANGLE, in the first ERANGLE, and as the ERANGLE streak is ending, they also takes another one.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, stellar performance coming from DRS. We were kind of skeptical, right, about them getting the winner chicken dinner, but it was, a strong performance nonetheless, putting up those kind of digits onto the scoreboard and even getting the winner chicken dinner. Definitely, they have something to say. They would really want to make a statement here in the Stallion series and would want to take that spot out of a FaZe clan. Now we also need to like bring up some other topics as well, just because like Seven Element as well as ASI, two of the biggest names right in the Pakistani community, not performing as much as we expect them to. But then again, the only goal right now for the playoffs is actually secure a spot in the top 16. And again, just like what I said a while ago, it will be easy for the likes of Seven Element, Fourth Rise, and even ASI 8, right, to secure a spot in the top 16. But I think, for now, I think that's the only goal for them. Not really like skyrocket themselves onto the top spot here, but just really manage to get a place, for tonight's set of matches.
That is true. I think every single goal should be for all of the teams right now should be is to get into the top 16. That is the only goal that you should be achieving right now, because the top 16s will be moving to the grand finals, and thus from the grand final you will have at least a chance to secure even the tiniest amount of chunk from the prize pool and the bragging rights too, that you managed to get into the top 16, you managed to secure yourself a spot into the grand finals, even though you might not be able to win those grand prizes. It's about the bragging rights, and even on top of that, I'd say at this point there's only two Miramars, and neither of us know how the teams are gonna play the last set of Miramars.
Oh, definitely. But of course, the expectation would be like mid to long range fights happening. So we'll definitely be seeing a lot of DMARs getting used again, or perhaps some bolt action sniper rifle. So that could change the pace as well. But I love the fact that 141 official was able to like carry over the same energy that was in them give during day number one, coming into the final day of the playoffs. I can pretty much say the same thing with RQ. I mean, it's not as explosive. It's like a slow and steady game for Nurpeco's team. Even with the CELCOMDIGI alliance, right? I mean, we know what kind of power Olio can bring into the table and the rest of the guys there, but I think this is like a pretty chill game for them as well. I do wonder if any of like those teams currently at the bottom of the page, mostly the underdogs, can really make a difference right now, since we are already at the final two m- maps for today.
That is true. We're actually at the very final two maps, and it's everything is going to be determined in this Miramar set. The teams can either go for a very aggressive stances to try and dethrone some of the teams from the top 16, or they can try to like maybe even mess out the games for majority of the teams as well. Because if you're not qualifying, you're at least taking someone down with you. This is my way of thinking at the very least. If you're not qualifying, take someone with you. Do not go alone out on that factor. But as we speak it up, the circle has taken the shift somewhat to the northern side, but centralized. Not too east, not too west, just a little bit of north.
There is no other team that would contest DRS Gaming in this specific spot, but I do wonder if they're gunning for their third whatever the chicken dinner of the night. Again, if they do have that goal to kind of dethrone or outposition, outrank, whatever you want to call it, guys, FaZe Clan, there's a need for them to like get as much chicken dinner as possible. Not only that, the elimination points as well. Even I mean, no chicken dinner, no problem, as long as they get like a high elimination point. Now, looking at Road to Glory, I can hear some gunshots, right? So that means that we have another team lurking within the area, and that would be Batman's team, ASI 8. Okay, Ghost currently knocked down on the ground. ASI 8 Hasaki holding on to a Thompson, Crypto with an SKS, if I'm not mistaken. And again, this is a dance, a death up against Cedal right there. Good follow through coming from Alliance, but able to shut him down. Now, ASI 8 again, not in a very good shape at the beginning of the match.
That is true. Even though Ghost manages to take down one player with just a machete, he couldn't like finish him off. So at the very end, it is Ghost. It is the second player. Two of the players of the ASI 8 are down. On the other side, Delta manages to secure a single elimination, but at the same time, XMPL example was down. But now, back on the feet, they're all 4-man again. ASI 8 closing down to the team CELCOMDIGI Alliance so far. Come on, Kasami, can you get that revival done on you before the ASI 8 rushes up on your like territory at this point? The grenade goes over. Will it hit? Will it connect? The answer is no. A really decent amount of like arsenal to the name of the ASI 8. Casanova alongside of Hasaki. Let's try. Let's see what they're gonna do. And there we go. The Thompson, it definitely hits. Gets the knockout done. But a Molotov! Molotov right there. And Hasaki gets a lot of damage alongside of Casanova.
You know, I was hearing someone meow. I thought it was my cat, but I think it's your cat. But anyway, ASI 8 down to 2 players here. Ghost Crypto already out of the game, and they're still coming after the remaining boys of Cito. Kasim gets knocked down on the ground by Casanova. And that's a confirmation, of course, that we have been waiting for. And the first team to go out of Miramar would be the boys of Malaysia with only 2 points in total. So I guess that could we could say that that was a great performance coming from ASI. Unfortunately, we're down to their 2 members, so it can be hard, you know, to go through the remaining stages here in this very round, because we still have a lot of teams that still has a full squad, and it can be overwhelming, you know, for just 2 players alone.
That is true. It is overwhelming for just the 2 players to play the whole Miramar in its entirety. It's only been 5 minutes into the game, and CELCOMDIGI Alliance, you could not manage to secure your spot into a decent one, but there's still a next time. There's still the next match. You might be able to like squeeze yourself into the top 16 just yet. DRS, they have the 1 elimination. RRQ, on the other hand, okay, I saw this team at the very start. RRQ, they were one of the few teams that were getting those knockouts through the machetes and all the knives. But now, as I look back at them, they have lost one of their players. Even though they managed to secure that 1 elimination, it basically puts them into the equilibrium.
Hey, this is a nice crossover. I mean, we can see Sasuke and Batman all together in just 1 frame. Oh man, that could be great to watch. But anyway, SKYZ already out of the game. I was about to say if there's you know, can be a little time for them to go for that quick pickup, but unfortunately, no. The answer is no, ladies and gents. The access has been already denied. 7 Shore down to 3. Judging by the way they move, will they still be picking up a fight up against Demon, or are they going to live to fight another day? I guess not. Mafia with that massive spray is, of course, a challenge up against Demon, but definitely Demon will respond with bullets being sent their way.
It definitely is the case so far. The teams are only taking the long range sets of fight, but now as we head into our next set of fights, it is 7th Element versus RRQ, right next to the perimeters, right next to each other, but somewhat of a distance is still being maintained. But oh my god, as soon as I said that, 7th Element is like, nope, we're closing in, we're just sending it in. DBS makes it territory, Sambo gets down, it's over for the guy, and basically leaving RRQ down to the last 2 players to fetch for themselves. But I can only see 1 in this vicinity. Makes me wonder where the last guy is. And as soon as I said that, I can see him in the back of the minimap. He's coming. He's definitely approaching slow and steadily with his car. Now he gets off, and maybe he might be able to give a decent amount of cover into the backside, as he definitely gets Alian down. Oh god, beautifully done. Alian is down on his knees. This is the time for Team RRQ, the rest of the players, to actually rush, to actually aggress upon the 7th Element, to seize this chance, get their hands in those eliminations. The UMP did makes it work. Shamir gets taken down instantly with the S12K. Teddy Bear gets the knockout and the confirmation done. Even though RRQ is down to the last player, they still manage to give a huge dent in the 7th Element.
There's a need for Seven Element to kind of pick up the pace, and they're doing exactly just that. There's a need for them to rack up some points in this very round because we're talking about the final two matches for this evening, right? And Seven Element, okay, I think they're in a very good spot in the overall rankings because we're not seeing the overall rankings, since game number 2, I believe. So, but Seventh Element, their prowess kind of fluctuating, to be honest, for day number 3. But then again, we know what these guys can bring into the table, and perhaps we can see, like, even like a little of that performance for stage 1 here in Miramar. But Team Chronicles, okay, I am 10. Wow, that is such a sharp suit right there from the picture. But okay, they're
That is
looking
true.
at Sasuke and
Mhm.
another player right here. They're trying to flush them out. Hasib with 2 nades coming from him, and I think he's gonna go for the third one. XYZ. He doesn't have anywhere, to go. I mean, he's stuck right behind that container.
He's definitely stuck behind that container, and there goes him down. He is down at this point. Team Chronicles, they definitely have the upper advantage from this point onward, but you can see at the western angle, the El Pozo side, there's the Team Demon. There is yet another team closest to the vicinity, but as soon as I see the circle shift, oh my god, this is not looking good for the majority of the teams. Like DRS is there, there's the 7th Element, RTG, oh, IGL, come on. You got rammed down by the car. This is not a good way to go out at this point. But 52 players are remaining into the game at this point. We can see Hasib, we can see Uguay, we can see I am 10 star alongside of the Batman.
Uguay.
The 4-player, yeah, he's Master Uguay. We saw him, but
Uguay.
RTG, Sasuke from the backside, he's gonna throw a grenade, which inevitably is not gonna hit. Oh my god, no, you had your perfect opportunity, and you just missed it out. Now, from this point onward, I'd say Sasuke's position has completely been revealed.
Oh yeah, definitely. And Team Chronicles obviously has the upper hand advantage up against Sasuke here, not unless if he can pull off like a ninja move up against Team Chronicles. But unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be working out for him since he's all alone in this situation. There's no Naruto or what's that girl? Sakura? Okay, no, just kidding. Yeah, I don't know if you guys watch that show, but yeah, anyway, Team Chronicles dominating that fight with 4 elimination points now, but here comes a new challenger from up above, and I think was able to shut down Hasib. But since, if we're going to be considering the distance that we have between these two teams, then, obviously for the side of Team Chronicles, there's still time for them to pick up their teammate. But then again, Sharpshooter, we've got Freestyler getting the point. Absolutely brutal up against Team Chronicles and not letting them go at this point. Again, if you have that opportunity, Carpe Diem, right? And now Casanova on your screen, ladies and gents, with a DBS. Oh, wow, that was wonderfully done. He shut down Pikmin. And, yeah, looking at the situation, 4 LMs now coming from this guy. Now, Tabby, of course, looking to avenge his fallen comrade, but it's such a peculiar angle since he will be coming from down below. Not quite sure if he will be able to shut down his opposition at some point, but let's see. We'll wait for the kill feed to actually give that confirmation. Now, looking at Alpha Boy, flushing out Team Chronicles. I guess they're in the mood to get a lot of elimination points for this round.
I mean, this is the final round. No, this is the final set of rounds. You only have 2 Miramars right now from this point onward, and KO wants to seize this opportunity as much as they can from this point onward. And there goes the grenade from Casanova's side, and I don't blame Casanova for getting that elimination fully confirmed up. He had the perfect opportunity, and he seized it. We are talking about this since yesterday, Red Queen, that if you see any opportunity, you definitely should squeeze it as soon as you can. Seize it. RZ on the other side taking the fight against the team. Spins S1. The Molotov goes over. Casanova did not manage to get any damage done on the side of Team Star this time around, but 3 grenades. There's still hope. There's still a chance that this guy can definitely get some more numbers on those elimination, but RZ spins S1. Things are not looking good in the kill feed. You can see the constant changing of array into even the ranking side, the live ranking. As the player gets taken down, the opposition gets taken down, so it's a back and forth going on. But there we go. Tabby's grenade is definitely going to take Casanova down, leaving everything to Hasaki. And Hasaki, being the final player of ASI 8, everything, and I mean everything, is residing on this guy's shoulder.
I mean, both of the teams need to wrap up that engagement, considering the fact that both of the teams are tanking the blues. So there's a need for them to kind of settle the business as fast as they could. You don't want to overextend your stay out there in the blue zone, right? Because the Blue Reaper will definitely get chunks of your health while you guys are trying to deal with another opposing team right in front of you. Now, red zone. Oh man, Mad is the only player remaining, and he is already being hunted, of course, by is this team Chronicle? Okay, this is INC. Honestly, this team, they don't have anything to lose at this point. So, I'm feeling all the confidence right now coming from INC. And there you go, with another shot done, another kill done. And they got eliminated with only 2 elimination points on the side of red zone. Now, Choco trying to do a massive counter up against the opposing team. Choco was able to bag 1, but he is about 70% health here. There's a need for him to recuperate, but I don't think he's going to be taking a break with all of those shots, and that paved the way, for INC to secure that number once again. To be honest, ladies and gents, I'm just relying on the information that I can see on the screen, but as for the overall rankings, we don't even know, like, those teams that managed to get a slot in the top 10, like teams that are done with 12 matches, definitely with a lot of teams rising coming from Group C, there will be changes, right? There will be a lot of reshuffles. We don't even know if FaZe Clan have already been dethroned by DRS with their massive performance as well, so we'll just have to wait and see.
We do have to wait and see. We do have to wait for the final match to conclude. Then we can see our top 16 contenders that will be moving into the grand finals. But so far, talking about this Miramar, we are down to the 11 total teams. A knockout, 4 elimination, 4 players alive. ASI 8, 6 elimination, 1 player alive. Aside from the ASI 8, there's another team that is incredible, down to the very last player as well. But I can see a lot of 4 players. I can see a lot of full teams, full-fledged teams ready to take that action for themselves. DRS being one of that team, taking their hands up against the 7th element, taking 1 player down. Example gets 1 player of the team, 7th element down. There's a Beyond coming in, getting Teddy Bear out of the equation, and back to back, back and forth. It is 7th element down to the very last player of their team.
And again, you know what? I feel like this platform, this playoffs is pretty easy for those veteran teams that we have inside the lobby. But as for those teams that are, we consider underdogs, we consider dark horses, there's a need for them to kind of step up, to make a name for themselves. And I can see that, I see. I see. I can see that INC, okay, are doing an amazing job so far, even if they are lacking still quite a number in the overall rankings. I don't want to say it's too late, but they are currently at the bottom of the page in the overall, so perhaps we will see them, perhaps not. Again, we cannot conclude just yet because we don't really have a copy of the overall rankings. But anyway, we're gonna be relying on what we see on the screen here. DRS, okay, example is currently knocked down on the ground. I think another one bites the dust, and that will be Delta. But honestly, I'm pretty sure that you guys can relate to this one. That I'm still over the moon, right, with the Delta's performance in ERANGLE just a while ago. So even if he gets knocked out of the game, at least for this round, I think he was able to kind of like remind everyone that he is such a formidable player. One of the most competitive player here in part of DRS.
That is true. That is absolutely true at this point. DRS, the way that they have secured their matches and the amount of chicken dinners alongside of the elimination that they have taken, I think we can pretty much it's safe to say that they have secured their spot into the top 16 at the very least. 1-for-1 on the other hand, they're still trying to figure out how to take down the DRS as 2 of the players gets taken down. The rest of the 2 players are definitely coming in for another fight against the team 1-for-1. Both sides that have been contested. Serious Grenade takes down 1 player. Killer YT manages to take down 1 player of the team 1-for-1, but instantly gets taken by the second one. Voltrux manages to secure his team a decent spot. 5 elimination with all the 4 players still remaining into the match. Star, on the other hand, we saw them take the fight against the team AS at 1 point. They not only managed to get out of that unscathed, but they're still the survivor because ASI 8, that is one team that have been eliminated.
Oh, totally. Right. And just look at that. Stage 3 and half of the lobby is already gone here, Torix. Yeah, we're looking at the final 9 teams remaining, right? So, as you can see on the map feed here, ladies and gents, there will be a lot of teams that will be coming from south part area of the circle. A lot of teams are just holding down a spot in San Martin, but I don't know for how long, because just looking at the situation, definitely Demon Esports and UNB will clash at some point. We'll just have to wait and see if UNB will prioritize getting inside the circle and probably taking over a compound, or will they challenge up the remaining boys of Four Thrives and another team who is right at the edge of the circle. And a lot of ways this thing can still go down here, Torix. But then again, we are just looking at the 16 teams that will be finishing today. We can't quite tell what's going on with the other teams, because honestly I don't know like which teams are underperforming and which teams are really going on a massive kill here for the last 2 matches. But just given the consistency coming from One for One, coming from Fourth Thrives, even DRS, even if they got eliminated early on for this round, I can still say that whatever they're doing inside the battlefield is still phenomenal.
That is true. Anything that they can do right now, it's definitely going to be phenomenal. Judging from the fact that how contested the space is between all of the teams at this point, even though it's Miramar, and I can definitely say you don't have that many of the compounds or the areas that you can safely secure yourself, submerge yourself into the side, that yeah, we're gonna chill out here, we're not gonna do like too much of the fights or anything, we can chill 1 or 2 circles. No, everywhere you go, you're definitely going to be bound for a fight at this point. Fourth Rise spotting another team, getting some shots connected on them, but no, not that much that the player can get the knockout. I'm more concerned about the fact of Seven Shores, Incredibles, and the 7th Element, as they're down to their very last player alongside of the team star. So whatever they do, one thing that they have to make sure is that they do not show their faces to anyone. They do not even try to take any kind of eliminations or the fights amongst any of the teams. But here we go, for Thrives going back and forth. And Naki, when did he get a 1v4 done on someone? Or is it 4 individual different teams eliminations?
I don't know. With all the fights that's been happening all over Miramar, the fact of the matter is Noki was able to bag 4 elimination points here all on his own. And as you can see on the minimap right there onto the right side, upper right side, right? They are actually spread out. They're trying to take care of themselves, right? I mean, if you can carry yourself all throughout the entirety of this tournament, then there will be no problem, for that team to actually really be dominating, in whatever match that we can see them perform. For this head of unbeatables, okay, they're still a complete squad, so big chance, for them to score a chicken dinner as well. Because if you can maintain like a full squad and you get them to the latter stages of the game, then that's always going to be a huge advantage for you in terms of like playing a survival battle royale just like this one. I mean, if you do have all the advantages working onto your side, so that could be like your big shot into getting that winner chicken dinner. But then again, you always have to consider how good your team is when it comes to like execution, because you can have plans from A to Z, but if you cannot execute them right, then totally pointless for you.
It definitely is. You have a mindset, you are working on it, but if you can't even execute it, I mean, what kind of a point is that at this point? Then it completely takes over the fact that that plan was just on the fact and not the figurines. You could not like manage to pull it off at that time. But here we go, another circle shift, and I can see the circle shift drifting outskirts of these of the city. In fact, we can see the majority of the team still being inside, like 7th Element is there alongside of the team Unbeatables. There's the team Incredibles as well in the equation. There's KO in the backside, where they managed to get 1 knockout on team 1 for 1 official Zibian. He is down. The rest of the 2 players, they need to do something as soon as possible to get their player either revived up or revved back up, or get into a somewhat of a decent position, because judging from the position that they are in, they're easily susceptible from the, I'd say, western side angle, their western angle. But on top of that, the same side, the front like city angle, the mountain tops, I think if there is someone on top of those mountains, he might even have a decent like chance to scope on the team 1-for-1 officials as well.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure is definitely mounting here on Miramar. I mean, we've just seen, like a major twist in the tail. I mean, DRS were looking so strong after their previous chicken dinner has suffered an early elimination. So this is like a devastating blow to their hopes of like overtaking FaZe Clan. But then again, we're not sure. We don't know what the overall ranking is. But the dream of the top spot, I cannot say that it is sleeping away, but they'll definitely be needing some incredible performance to happen in the final round just to like really remain competitive in like getting that top spot that we were talking about since at the beginning of the match here. But looking at 4 Thrives, again, Noki with the best performance so far. We've got one of them currently knocked down on the ground somewhere. Not even sure if he can still get picked up at this point. But Zibian, I believe, is actually the one closest to that player. Okay, no, it's T24. Okay, this is a tandem happening between 4 Thrives, trying to dictate the tempo of the game, trying to control the circle as much as they can, given their resources. But for the side of INC, it was pretty fast, to be honest. And okay, so here comes the attack. I thought he had that element of surprise. I mean, he can actually catch someone off guard, but amazingly for the side of 4 Thrives, they were able to get a whiff of that one and managed to like respond. Great display of godlike reflex, I can say, coming from the side of 4 Thrives. Now, 8 teams remaining, stage 6, and everyone is just so close to one another here. Down at Hacienda del Patron, we can see JDR trying to spot, players from across the field here, trying to get lucky, but it seems like, he couldn't find the best angle that could work for him. Just look at the amount of teams that we have down south.
Oh my god, that's a lot of teams at this point. Everyone that's going to try to get inside of that circle is definitely getting 1 or 2 shots on them from this point. We're in the top 8 teams. They're standing, and one more team gets eliminated. Demon Esports is no longer into the game. There's the team Knockout still alive. Okay, 7 elimination, 4 players remaining. This is a really decent chance for the team Knockouts to get their hands into this match's chicken dinner, but they don't have the circle. They still need to move 20 meters inside of that circle.
Ooh.
1-for-1 on the top angle. They have an easy entry, I'd say, at the very corner of this powerhouse that they have. But 4 Thrives. Things are not looking good for them as 7 Shores managed to take down 1, take down 2, take down the third one. 2 of those 4 Thrives. What happened here? 2 players gets eliminated by this single guy, and then we have 7th element in the midst of that to secure that final elimination. Star also gets eliminated from 8 all the way up to the team number 4. We are down to the top 4 teams within the blink of an eye.
Wow, this is pretty great. I mean, Knockout Esports definitely was able to pick up their pace, and now they're about to take down a couple players, even for 1-for-1. But Freestyler wasn't aware of the fact that there is someone right there behind that, on prone behind this concrete wall. But okay, I think the teammates can buy some time, up against a 1-for-1 official to pick up their fallen comrade. But then again, there's huge pressure for this remaining teams here because the blue zone is out to get them as well. Alpha Boy goes down, coming from JDR. Pekka got shut down by Shamir. There's a lot of trade-offs happening here. Lord, man, doing the great, even if the odds are not favoring them just yet. But hey, okay, I think I spoke too soon here, Torix.
That is true. It is called the caster curse on top of that because you speak and that thing shall go very south at this point. But there goes the grenade. Knockout Esports. Don't think they're going to survive that. And yes, exactly, Knockout Esports, they're out of this match. We are down to the very last 2 teams, out of which it's a 1v2 fight. 7 elimination can go up to a 9. 7th element, you have the chance to get that securing that chicken dinner. But 1-for-1, after that initial setup match, they also have a chance to get that chicken dinner for themselves. Get the second one in a single day. Zibian, he's going to throw that grenade, which is going to...
Oh my goodness, don't know exactly what happened to Torix. I mean, hey, are you part of the team that got booted out? But anyway, yeah, congratulations to 1-for-1 official. This is also like their second chicken dinner of the night. Pretty much the same thing with DRS. Another, quintessential performance, I can say, coming from a 141 official. Again, we don't really have quite an information just yet when it comes to the overall rankings, so we're going to be relying on like how good a performance that we've seen so far from the get-go. And 141 official definitely not disappointing their fans. They brought their A game, and it's wonderful to see, with that kind of action, and the circle as well, putting pressure to a lot of teams here, especially during the end zone. But still, at the end of that match, it was 141 official who came up on top. And Sirius, it's been a while since I saw Sirius really play in a competition such as this one. But again, looking at 141, I think I can say, there's lots of improvement coming from the team, and I would love to see them really perform really great, even at, belong in a PMGC kind of thing. Again, there's a grand reset happening right now in the competitive scene of PUBG, and everything that we are talking about right now coming from the teams are all like theories for now.
It's the biggery. It's the biggery that we call it. But here we have 141 getting their hands on the second chicken dinner of the day. Amazingly done by these guys. Going to the summary, it's 65 total elimination with 66 knockouts, 8,175 of a healing, 9 grenade elimination. That's a huge number. That's a very big boy number with the grenade elimination, 30 assists. And last but not the least, two of the players got rammed down with the car. Even if you knock out the players with the car, it doesn't actually triggers it unless you finish that player with the same car or a different car on top of that. But here we go. We move over to the head-to-head, 21-48, 15-55, 8 knockouts to 7 knockouts, 11 elimination down to the 9 elimination, 27 minutes to 26, and the points is where the most different shine. 21 points in comparison to 14.
Yeah, 2,148 damage output is quite a significant number, I can tell you. It only goes to show just like what kind of monsters we can expect 141 can become when pushed to the corner, right? If they would really want to show up, step up in this competition, absolutely they can do just that. 27 minutes for survival time, so that is still, great at time, for the side of 141 official. They were able to keep as much as possible, all of their members. But I mean, given all of the trade-offs that we've experienced so far for this round alone, I can say that a lot of teams did try to secure a winner chicken dinner, given the circumstances. I guess it was an adrenaline pumping action for the side of seventh element as well.
That definitely was, but we have 7th element Shahmeed. Even though 7th element could not secure that chicken dinner for themselves, it didn't stop them from getting that MVP into their own hands. 5 elimination, 869 damage with 0 assists, 26 minutes of the survival time, 5 knockouts, and 182 heal. Mind this, that the healing number is very low compared to the elimination number that this player in fact have for his team. Showing great lengths, I'd say, that he not only managed to survive for the longest time, he also managed to had the least healing and the most elimination too for his team, even in the match. 5 elimination, then we have JDR with 2 elimination, 778 damage, Alpha Boy with 6, Zibian with 4, and last but not the least, we have Naki with the 4 as well.
I mean, Shamir and Alpha Boy, ever since these guys are always included in the list, right? When it comes to the top players, again, we're looking at the usual suspects who actually always stands out, among the players, the other players coming from all the teams here. I'm really trying hard to read all of the names and all the stats that I can see. It's a little bit blurry, but then again, to be honest, I'm just waiting for the top 16 teams to be revealed before we head on, or after the final match for this evening, because that would seal the deal, for most of the teams. I think those teams at the bottom are just playing here for experience, perhaps. I mean, nobody leaves empty-handed, technically speaking. I mean, you leave with all of the information that you get from the game, the mistakes that you experience in the game, and add that to the skills that you've learned onto the next tournaments that you guys will be playing, so that you can improve your strategy, your gameplay, and your overall team composition.
That is true, but heading into the match ranking, we see 21 total points for the side of the team 1-for-1 official. Then we have knockouts with 14, 13 for the 7th element, ASI 8 with 6, alongside of 4 thrives. On the second page, we can see unbeatable with 5, alongside of Team Star. Then we have 7 shorts with the same number of total points as well. But Chronicles is the only team that managed to secure 4 points. Incredible. DRS, RRQ, Spins Us 1. These are the names that managed to secure 3 points in this match. And last but not the least, it is Tabani Esports, Team Red Zone, and CELCOMDIGI Alliance with the 2 as well. 0 to the road to glory. They do not have even a single point in this match, and this is not good. Because the next match is the final one for the playoffs. Getting 0 right between that, oh my god,
Yeah.
this doesn't seem right.
You know, the Stallions series playoffs are reaching a fever pitch. Yeah, 1-for-1 official has just delivered a stunning performance, you know, securing a crucial chicken dinner. As you can see on the screen here, they've been consistently strong throughout the tournament, and this win further cements, you know, their status as a top contender as well. This victory definitely will add even more, you know, excitement to the final match, as you said, because again, we're down to our final game of this evening. As the race for the grand finals is coming down to the wire, who will make it? We're about to find out, I guess. After the match, we'll definitely see the overall ranking. I mean, there's a... I think that's definitely going to be happening in just a while. But you're right. Unfortunately, for those teams at the bottom, I don't know what kind of miracle you need to pull off in order for you guys to secure a spot in the top 16. But, you know, I think at this point, it's already safe to say that those at the bottom will not really make it to the grand finals.
That is true. Only the top 16 are going to go. Before we head into our 18th match, the final match, we are definitely going to go for a short highlight break. So do not go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hey guys, two chicken dinners right now each for DRS and one for one official. These two teams have been absolutely dominant throughout the playoffs, making a huge statement about their skill and consistency. They've already proven that they can win on different maps and in different situations, but with only one match left, Torix. The question is, will their consistent wins be enough to secure the top spot in the overall rankings? And the big question on everyone's mind, with such strong performances at the top, do the teams at the bottom still have a chance to make it to the grand finals?
Oh, I mean, up until the top 20, you do have a really decent chance that this match can overturn you, get into the top 16 if you're really careful about it. But that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as we're going to move from 20 to 21, 21st, and the 24th position, things will seem quite impossible. They would need like 15, 18 elimination chicken dinners, and judging from the history of the matches that they have played, I don't think that's going to be possible anytime soon for them, as this is the final Miramar. And first of all, I'm really excited to see how the zone shift, the plane line of this match is actually going to be, because that's going to determine a lot of things, a lot of like play style for the teams.
Yeah.
It's either going to be a very quick bloodbath for majority of the teams that do not want to lose their like positioning into the top places. They will either go for a very aggressive stance, or some of the bottom teams will be going for a very aggressive stances depending on the circles.
I mean, you're right. It doesn't really matter where teams actually, go for their drop spot. But the fact of the matter is, the circle will be the one dictating the pace of the game. They will. It will be the one dictating the tempo of the match, and it's going to be determining like which of the teams are going to like have battles for, unless we've got a lot of teams dropping into the same areas. But the rotations is definitely going to be one of the factors we're in. Like if you're gonna head towards one direction wherein a team is definitely camping, especially in Miramar, if you've already taken like a vantage point, like a high ground situation, you'll see all of the teams driving by, passing through, and you can just unleash havoc, right? You can make it rain bullets, or like maybe set a trap, ambush them. That's the beauty of like PUBG.
That definitely is the beauty of PUBG. You can at any point can overturn the situation in your own favor. This is one thing that I do believe so. And yeah, judging from the fact, I think the team should be doing this, because you have nothing else to lose but everything to gain at this point. And I'm talking about the bottom line teams. You have nothing to lose, but you have everything to gain. You manage to get good points, you will most probably manage to secure yourself into the top 16, into the grand finals, where at least even the top 16 contender will be getting some of the chunk from the prize pool. Not only that, but we already talked about it, it's more of a bragging right that you got into the grand finals of the Stallion Series, or much more than that, you're the champions of the Stallion Series. You only need one more chance, and you can like reclaim that throne back for yourself.
My head is already aching, Torix. The fact of the matter is, we are thinking about a lot of things that's been happening in this tournament, and we don't even know like who's really is winning, at the top spot. I mean, it's a pretty easy objective if you're going to ask me, right? Just land in one of those slots in the top 16 and you're good to go. You're set for the grand finals. But I feel like there is that curiosity burning inside of us about like who is now currently at the top spot, right? With all of the numbers set up by DRS Gaming, after day number 1, they were the kings, right? After 6 matches. But FaZe Clan was able to like turn the tides and was able to sit on the throne. So again, the beauty of PUBG Mobile is it's unpredictability, right? While these two teams have been consistently strong, the final match could still bring some surprises. The teams at the bottom are facing like a steep climb, but if they can secure a chicken dinner and a high kill count, they might still have a chance to sneak into the grand finals. It is a long shot, of course, but it is not impossible, especially perhaps, teams from 17 to 18. We don't know how close the gap is, or how far the gap is, or like how many points they need to kind of hang themselves at the top 16, right, and make sure that they get a ticket to the grand finals. So there's a lot of questions inside my head towards making me anxious, but all the more making me excited for the final round.
I mean, that is true. I mean, that is true. It is the final round that's going to determine all the consequences from the teams, all the equations from them. It's going to derive majority of how the team's next move is going to be, whether it's going to be into the grand finals, a new start, a rather new fresh start, or they're just going to go and try to get themselves into another new event or something like that. But we have it here, the final match of the day of the playoffs. We have it right here, the match number 18 that everyone was waiting for, the Miramar on its peak. 17 teams and 67 players aboard into the plane. We can see it go from all the way from the very southwestern corner to the truck stop. Oh my god, this is not a very pleasant plane line.
Oh, yeah, definitely. We got a lot of space for the northern side. But coming into the final match here, I do have some high expectations, like in the scramble for points. With only one match left here, Torix, every point is absolutely crucial. We can expect aggressive gameplay from all the teams, especially those near the 16th place cutoff line, that we were talking about just a while ago. Teams will definitely be fighting for like every elimination and every placement point. There's also we're going to be focusing on the top team's performance, like DRS and 141 officials setting the bar high with their 2 chicken dinners. The final match that will determine who finishes higher in the overall standings, which could be important for seeding in the grand finals. There's questions such as will they play aggressively to try for a third win, or will they play more conservatively to secure their position? So having said that, I mean, what are your expectations coming into the final round here in Miramar?
The final round of the Miramar. First of all, the teams that need to decide what they want to do, I'd say. At this point, you can go for the rush, yes, but will it help you? Will it not help you?
Ooh,
This is the bigger question.
gosh.
ASI8 wants some business. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they're getting their players back and forth down with even a pistol? Kasim? Come on. Cluck is definitely going to be one of the few final players of the team CELCOMDIGI Alliance from this point onward. And ASI8, they're looking pretty strong right now at the very end of this match. Cluck has been spotted. He definitely gets some shots on him, but manages to survive out of this equation. But oh yo, I want to see how these two players together are going to hold the rush, hold the fort that is being breached by ASI8.
Oh yeah, definitely. Now here comes Leo with a cook again, being a chef at this particular moment. Can he shut down any player coming from ASI8? But then again, I think he changed his mind. Okay, I think that's far too fetched for him to cook a nade. Maybe he doesn't have that, too much information or just information just yet, as to where the exact location is coming from the opposing team. But coming off the kill feed here again, RTG 0 elimination point coming into the game with only 3 members already at a deficit at the beginning of the match. So yeah, don't have that much advantage to begin with. CELCOMDIGI Alliance getting slaughtered by ASI8. And I guess that was a good start for the side of ASI8. Now, the only thing that is missing with ASI8, and I think I've already said this once before, is consistency. I mean, they always start off strong, but then again, finds it hard to maintain to play at that kind of level. I do understand the fact that it can be exhausting playing a lot of matches with high pace, high killing situation. But for ASI, there's a need for them to kind of just make sure that they remain competitive, right? Especially in the Stallions series, wherein a lot of teams really, really looking up to them because they're one of the teams who actually brought a lot of pride and is still bringing in a lot of pride for Pakistan.
That is true. That is true. But I'd say what is I8 without their aggressive stances? They know when to do it, and they definitely do it beautifully majority of the time. But Knockout Esports right now, 2 elimination to their name. Not a single player has been eliminated from their side, so it's a good start that they have got for themselves. But against right now at the Incredibles. things might overturn. One small mistake, and the thing will definitely go overturn in your nightmare from this point onward. But Struggler, how is he struggling? He lowered his low on that HP right now. And back to back and forth, the shots, the fires, it's happening. 1897, S12K. Oh, with the suppressor, those sounds with the suppressor, they're a delight to my ears. Anytime, I'll take them anytime. But here we go. Struggler is definitely going to go for the confirmation. But before that confirmation can actually occur, Struggler gets taken down. But it's time. Someone needs to get that hand on the revival on the Knockouts player. And they do, in fact. Knockout Esports, as they're down to one of their players. They've got that revival done as soon as possible. Heist, the final guy standing, the final guy alive. It's all up to him. The players are pushing on. Heist, super low on that HP from the backside. Alpha Boy gets the final nail in the coffin with the S12K. And on top of that, a headshot of the S12K marks their territory over this area.
You know, this is exactly, another point that I was trying to bring up with Max just a while ago, Torix, that a lot of the players are switching to Micro Uzi. Before you cannot even see the shadow of Micro Uzi. It was always about, like, a combination of assault rifle, right, for, like, a mid to long range fights, and then there's that shotgun meta, right? It's always those two combos, or perhaps like a DMR and then like a shotgun for CQC as well. But Micro Uzi, has it been buffed or some sort that I don't know about? I mean, if you use a Micro Uzi, definitely you can eliminate a player at an instant, considering its fire rate. But then again, if you don't have that extended mag, then it's a little bit risky if you're not that accurate with your aim.
Oh, that is true. I totally agree on that. The 25 bullets are a little bit on the risky side. You can either like squeeze those eliminations or the damage out, or you're gonna fall short, and then from that point onward, you're the one that's gonna be eliminated. But it is the match number 18. 14 teams are remaining. From 17, we are down to 14. So within the 6-7 minutes marker at this point, 54 players remaining into the game. We can see some of the action going on. Unbeatables right now with the 4 men still standing. There's the DRS. There's Pablo Karma closing in, getting those knockouts on their sides. But Spins S1, things are not looking good for them. This is the final match. Remember that. This is the final match for you. Spins, you do not want to lose. You do not want to get eliminated this early on from this match.
Ooh. Okay, yeah, I mean, you're right. This is the final chance to kind of break the glass ceiling, right? For most of the teams, I can say. INC, Cito, RTG, early elimination, which brings us down to just 14 teams remaining, and we're looking at DRS once again. And, to be honest, DRS makes me so anxious. The fact that they've been racking a lot of points, or they racked up a lot of points from a lot of matches for today. And now that we are down to the final match this evening, looking pretty strong as always, crashing this compound. I mean, we can only see one player from a spin right here, and they would, of course, try to flush them out. But what a counter, though, which automatically shuts down Killer Whitey. But then again, we're still looking at 3 members of DRS, affordable players, I can say. Now goes in for Charge Delta with an M249. Aim was kind of off, but still, I mean, number-wise, we already know that DRS definitely will winning the fight.
They are definitely winning this fight at this point, but 4 eliminations without even a single casualty. That's the best case scenario that you can get for yourself. But Alian, no, this is not the way to go forward. Instantly gets an 1897 to the face, and it's over. 7th element out of the game, out of the match. There was the final guy. Alian was the final guy, and come on. Getting out like this while you're so confident in the rushing, it's definitely one way to go, but not the optimal way.
Oh, yes. And just looking at the map feed here, we've got at least 3 teams still outside of the blue zone, still playing on the outskirts. So perhaps we can see them really fight, or perhaps they will prioritize getting inside the circle, to be, to have that kind of advantage in terms of like position and maximizing, getting a lot of elimination points for the final round. I mean, this is their last chance to kind of blow up, right? Kind of go off. So, I do expect some of the teams to just go all ape in getting those points. How they're going to be doing it, of course, that would always be the thing that we are going to watch out for. We're going to be looking forward to be honest. And we still got ASI 8 coming from Los Leones, but I feel like they're going to be colliding with 141 official. Either that or they're going to be colliding with Demon Esports, because they will, I mean, all of those teams that I mentioned will be coming from the south side area of Miramar. I mean, with the boys of like Batman and IM10 and Hasib, I think they will be coming from Gusta Valle.
What can I say? What can I say here? The team, the constant fight, everything is speaking its own term right now. The moment we started the game, everyone was going for a super slow start. But now, suddenly, after everyone has got their gun, it's gonna go completely haywire for everyone. Demon Esports getting eliminated by the hand of 141 officials, just barely. Just look at Sirius's HP. If that DBS would have connected, that would have been an instant annihilation on the guy as well. ASI 8, 7 elimination to their name. They're also going forward. They're also going for the fight. Knockout Esports in the meanwhile against the team RRQ. RRQ's one player who is down. Sambo needs to go back, get those shots on Knockout Esports as well. At least make the fight on the equilibrium term, but no, come on. Those are back-to-back eliminations on RRQ. No, God, the final guy, Ryu, you're the only hope, and the DBS is gonna take you out. RRQ, by the hand of knockouts, they get eliminated.
Hey, you know what? I thought it was gonna be a slow burn, but looking at the situation here, Torque stage 2, and again, half of the lobby is already out of the game. So, yeah, and we got Knockout Esports, 8 elimination points, very promising. Lots of potential, of course, to score the chicken dinner. Again, it all boils down on how good these guys are gonna be performing for us, or like how good they are in terms of execution, right? But Freestyler, obviously his name has been popping onto the screen quite a number of times, so I feel like he's also making a statement here, and this is again a perfect avenue for him to do that. So as for the other teams, ASI 8, I guess by far this is the most interesting game. I can see that I saw them perform. 10 elimination points, double digit is not a joke. They are now setting the tempo whatsoever for the final round here. We still got, DRS with a complete squad for elimination points for them as well. But for Four Thrives, okay, going up against Unbeatables, is it going to be effortless for the side of Four Thrives, or are they going to be struggling to take them out of the equation? So, anyway, I'm not sure if Torx is actually talking, but the kill fit is definitely lighting up. I mean, Four Thrives, IQQ was able to secure another point. Pekka, oh man, you are next in line, brother. Here comes the spray from T24. Was able to inflict a lot of pain, but that was a missed opportunity right there. Wasn't enough to shut him down just yet, but this is a follow-through coming from Four Thrives, and there goes the point for the side of Four Thrives. 7 now for these amazing guys.
Oh yeah, it is a decent number of elimination. But look at this, Four Thrives getting that smallest peak on the Unbeatables, blah, blah, blah. Gets a finisher. That is 8 elimination for the Four Thrives as well. Team Unbeatables, they get finished off. We're down to the top 8 teams. At least from this point onward, the team is actually going to get 1 point. Whether they survive or they get eliminated from this this position onward. 1 position point will be directed towards you no matter what. 32 players, and the thing that I love the most about this lobby right now is, Red Queen, is the fact that every single player has a full-fledged team. Not even a single player is like deducted from their team side.
Oh yeah, you're right. But anyway, I mean, we were talking about a while ago whether or not 141 official is going to be securing their third winner of the chicken dinner of the night. But since we saw them get annihilated at some point inside this match, so that's not going to be possible. But it is still, quite a phenomenal run for this for the side of 141 official. But yeah, I mean, we're looking at the 18th remaining, and again, explosive performance coming from ASI8. So probably you guys down there in the comments section rejoicing, probably cheering because crypto is now stepping up.
He's definitely stepping up. ESI8, they're showing their prime performance at this point with the 10 eliminations to their name. It is a huge number right now. But aside from that, Knockout Esports, they're not that further into the backside as well with the 8 eliminations to their name. 4 Thrives also have those 8 elimination. DRS with the 4, Team Chronicles with the 3. Aside from that, Red Zone, 7 Shores, and Star. These are the 3 names that is still without even a single elimination point, and they need to do something better than that. The survival is definitely not going to give you enough points to secure into the top 16 if you're outside of that range. So you better start doing something right now from this point onward.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, we've reached the final stages of the Stallion Series here, ladies and gents, and only 8 teams remain, and the tension is already at its peak after the dramatic early exits of, like, 141 Official. We just mentioned that a while ago, 7 Element and RQ. The field is definitely wide open here, Taurus, and this is anyone's game now. Which team do you think will seize this opportunity and secure a spot in the grand finals?
Yes, this is the case. This is exactly the case right now. But as the circle is going to take a shift, this is still the state number 3. So these 8 teams, they have a really, like, I'd say, viable area on wherever they want to go. They can easily go and easily hold that off. But as soon as the stage 4 is going to start, I'd say not even start, as soon as the stage 4 is going to be made, that's where the chaos is going to, like, start to happen. RZ on the same time taking a fight against the team Chronicles. Chronicles has one of the players down, but I'm pretty sure that the fight is kind of like on the long ranges side. So easily everybody is going to be back on their feet once again, and it will reset back to a 4 versus 4.
Absolutely. And again, ASI had put in on a show in this final match. They've already racked up 10 elimination points, showing incredible aggression and firepower. This is exactly the kind of performance they needed to make a late push for the grand finals. But one of them is currently knocked down on the ground, if I'm not mistaken. And 4 Thrives right now. We see T2 are getting ready to pick up Noki in this situation. As much as possible, obviously, for the side of 4 Thrives, they would want to keep all of their members intact. Right, if they want to go for that chicken dinner, they will be needing all the help that they can get. And right now, they're going up against ASI8. Man, obviously 4T is holding on to a multiple angle situation and trying to go for a pincher up against ASI, which is the strongest contender right now for this final round. And Hasaki is in a world of trouble here because pretty low in HP, and Noki obviously capitalizing on that one and just went for a massive spray, going berserk here with a 2-piece kill.
Is another elimination side. That is more eliminations coming on the sides. 10 to the 4 Thrives. ASI8, they have been dethroned from the top of at least this leaderboard right now on our screen. Down to the 2 players that they are for T2-4 going against Team Star. 1 player gets taken down. T2-4, this was not the jump that you should have done. But Tabby that can definitely get that grenade on him. T2-4 OP once again going to the side of Pinkman for T. From the back angle, there comes the cavalry grenade. Another player is right now knocked out. IQ, you're definitely getting that damage to move away as ASI8 makes their name on a third-party angle, third-party shots. Noki, go forward, get those eliminations, and that they have so far 12 off, but Shahid, in fact, Shahid manages to get 2 eliminations. Backside, that's a 4th party. Knockout Esports barges in, and 4 Thrives. They're out of the match.
Hey, just look at the stats here, Torx. ASI and 4 Thrives definitely making a statement in the crucial final match. You know, they both secured over 10 or more than 10 elimination points, right? 11 and 12, significantly boosting their overall scores. And this is putting immense pressure on the teams around the 16th place cutoff line. So let's see how this affects the standings. We can see that 7 Shore Esports right now having a pickle, having a fight up against Team Chronicles. We can see Rick 7 just pulled out a nade and was able to secure a point there. One of them is currently knocked down as well. That would be Zayan. And SKY7, man, on his knees at the moment. Don't know exactly what's going to be happening next. But Rick 7 holding his M416 close to him and popping off some smoke just to make sure that, okay, there will be no teams that might backstab me from behind. So he can just focus on the enemies right up in front of him. And good shot. He spots the push and was able to knock out Hasib completely out of the game. But Batman is still cooking up a nade here. But can he get down, or can he get at least 1 point here?
Oh, yeah. The question of the century right here. Can he get
This
that
question.
grenade connected at this point or not? But Team Chronicles, with the 3 elimination, they have at least successfully managed to get some elimination on their side. But Uguay, someone need to go and revive that guy up. Someone need to go and revive that turtle up as soon as possible, because the Batman, he's holding the fort down. He's definitely holding the fort down. But Mafia, the solo guy, potentially, if the Team Chronicle wants to, they can push, aggress upon on the 7 shores and completely wipe them out from this area. But no, as they decided to not overpush, not overrush on the team, and giving that revival to the players of 7 Shores Esports as well. The fight is definitely going to go for the reset. This is stage number 5. 7 teams are remaining. 23 players are alive. I am 10 star. He finally gets that revival done, and as soon as he does that, he healed, he throws a grenade, which can potentially eliminate the players up, which it does. Oh no, Sky, Zion, both of the players are right now down as 12K marks it. Hits on Mafia and Rick, the solo guy with 2 flash grenades, instantly gets picked off as well. 7 Shores, beautifully done, but they couldn't survive all of their players.
Oh man, here we go. Another trade-off's been happening right in front of us, ladies and gents. DRS right now up against Team Chronicles. Batman, the Knight, the Dark Knight still currently on the ground, and a pickup could be impossible at this point because DRS Gaming is just seeing red here. I mean, obviously they are out for blood. They're still like looking to get some more points, and there you go. Batman just got finished off by Delta. We can see Killer White, he's still trying to push the remaining players of Team Chronicles out of this specific building by throwing in a lot of nades, obviously disorienting them. And of course, in just a while, we are waiting for that push to happen. I am 20% health here. He's going in for the charge with an S12K, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to put anyone down from the side of DRS. And Uguay, oh, the Enlightened one. What are you going to do in this situation? XMPL was able to get shut down because he was cooking the net and he wouldn't want to let go. But, XMPL is still quite safe because Delta is just right there, beside him to pick him up.
Neither Gotham nor the Valley of Peace is at peace from this point onward. They couldn't protect their areas. They couldn't
We're going
protect
there.
their territories. We're definitely going there. But as we're down to the top 4 teams, only 13 players are remaining. And I do love it because RZ, Knockout, DRS, all these 3 teams are a 4-man full squad. Star is down to the very last player, and that single guy, you can see him on the mini-map too, Queen. He is outside, currently taking the blue damage, so I don't know if he's gonna survive or not. Those 6% chances, I think even that is a really high one right now.
Oh man, Killer YT on his knees at the moment. Okay, we're not exactly sure where they are inside the circle, but most of the teams I can see just sticking to the edge here. This is edge gameplay that we can see coming from the final 4 teams. Oh, great shot though from Red Zone, eliminating Team Star from up above. Oh man. Even if it was like a long shot, kind of a tall order, I can say. But Red Zone Esports, we got Gang Boy. I hope I didn't butcher your name, but it was it was such a hard shot to pull off. But I do wonder how come we're not seeing that point, for him. Was there another player that stole the kill?
Yes, there were actually two teams. Red Zone was shooting from the downhill side. I think a Red Zone's as KO was shooting from the top angle. So he definitely got sandwiched on both sides, and that was the inevitable elimination for the team star. But now, we are actually at the 3-away deadlock, ladies and gentlemen. It is an equal 3-way deadlock. RG manages to take down one of the team Knockouts player. Second one gets taken down by the DRS killer YT. Oh no, this is not looking good, as that Knockout loses their players back and forth. It is Too Good and Freestyler, the only two guys right now that are going to be alive. But DRS, they have lost one of their player too. He is already knocked out as well, so someone needs to go over there, get the revival done, as Knockout Esports, they were looking at the DRS, but now they have their eyes set up on the
Ooh! Hey, DRS in the final 3 again, ladies and gents. This is a massive opportunity for them. If they can secure this chicken dinner, it will not only be their third win of the playoffs, but could also catapult them to the very top of the leaderboard. The final circle is going to be incredibly tense as they fight for a potential first place finish here for stage number 7. The pressure again is immense as we are down to the final 3 teams. DRS. Right now, we've got Knockout Esports, we've got RZ. Here comes a spray coming from Too Good, and it really was Too Good. Unfortunately, great follow through from Knockout Esports. If I'm not mistaken, they do have that great vantage point. But we're talking about a full squad here as well, coming from the side of DRS, and they're doing extremely well. I'm telling you, could this be the 3rd chicken dinner for the real soldiers?
Full supremacy? Come on, DRS, come on. Show us that full supremacy right here. Get those headshots connected up upon the players. 14 elimination. Lord is the last guy, XMPL. He was spotted, but it's too late as Example gets that final nail in the coffin on Knockout Esports. The fight is basically a 4 versus 2 red zone. Things are not looking for these guys as Ahmed gets knocked down. It is potentially down to the very last player, in which case the DRS is once again going to their victory. It's a winner chicken dinner for the DRS, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my goodness, can somebody please, like what Max said a while ago, tell them to chill. Oh man, I don't know how else to call this one. Torix, they did it again. They've secured the 3rd chicken dinner of the playoffs, and what a dominant performance. This final win is absolutely massive, and will definitely catapult them to the top of the leaderboard. From near elimination just a while ago to being the, I don't want to say champions just yet, because we don't have the complete story. We cannot see the overall rankings just yet, but what a performance, I can say, for the side of DRS.
Getting 3 chickens in a single day, I'd say it's an achievement on its own. And DRS, they're the master of this achievement right here. Getting those 3 chickens in a single day. Killer YT in this match has 4 elimination. Giante with the 2. Example with 3. And last but not the least, Delta with the highest elimination. 6 to the team name. That's 15. 15 eliminations in a single match that they manages to secure. The match number 18, meaning 25 points. Even in this match. And comparing all of their chicken dinner matches, I think we go roughly about 75 to 80 points if we add up all of them.
That's the thing. I don't want to add up things. It's all mad. Can we just do the commentary here? But yeah, I mean, amazing. We did talk about Delta just a while ago, and I've already said that this is one way to shut down naysayers, because as you all know, Delta kind of took a break of some sort. Like, it's not that long, but then again, there was a question whether or not he is the same Delta as we've seen him before, and I guess that answers a question. I mean, he's pretty aggressive in elimination points. DRS, a lot of potential here. They're very accurate with their circle prediction as well. They know how to position themselves. They know when to engage in a fight, and they also know when to back out in a fight. And that alone speaks volumes in terms of like, how good they are in terms of their strategy, their gameplay, and overall team composition. And again, we have been, debating whether or not DRS was able to take over that top spot up against FaZe Clan, and I think, yeah, pretty positive.
Pretty positive, looking pretty positive. When we started the day, me and Max were talking about this, that if anyone is going to be able to take over FaZe Clan, and now I can say for sure, yeah, if anyone, it's DRS at this point. 15 elimination, 15 knockouts, 2,404 damage. They're absolutely a beast in this match. 6 elimination in total for the Delta side. He is the MVP. 630 of a damage, 1 assist, 26 minutes of survival time, 4 knockouts, and 191 of the healing. Overall, this guy had the highest damage, highest elimination number, but comparison to the rest of the 4 next to his name, how much of a damage difference did he manages to make, and how much points of a difference? Like we have Casanova with 908 damage. On the damage chart, Casanova is off the chart right now alongside of Fullock, because Fullock has 916 too. But the damage elimination wise, that's where they lack. 4 elimination, 4. Divine has 4, and last but not the least, it is Killer YT with the 4 as well.
I'm thinking of reasons why I think that DRS was able to take the top spot. So, I mean, for today, 3 chicken dinners, right? So winning 3 matches in a tournament like this is a massive achievement, and usually translate to a very high point total. Now, we also got that dominant performances. I mean, DRS wins, implying already that they've already secured a good number of elimination points in addition to the placement points from the winning. And FaZe Clan had a strong lead. They were the first team to actually cross the triple-digit mark. So, yeah, DRS with their 3rd chicken dinner, an incredible achievement, I can say. Has this been enough to take the top spot in the overall rankings? I guess, I'm asking these questions because I can see a lot of you guys down there in the comment section are just so eager to find out, the total, the output of the teams that performed for today, especially coming from Group C. It makes, this whole thing all the more exciting. What do you think, Torix? I mean, what can be your conclusion for tonight's set of matches?
Oh my god, if we're talking about conclusions, I do believe DRS is definitely going to take the throne with the 12 matches that they have played. But we are about to find that out after the short highlight break. So you guys do not go anywhere. Stay here. We will have the overall ranking right on our screen. So before that, have a short highlight break.
What an ending it was for all of us, ladies and gents. Welcome back to the PUBG Stallions Series by Tabani Esports and Bloodmoon Esports. And I know you guys are pretty excited just to find out who is actually the kings right now for the playoffs, that is. Was that enough, for the side of DRS to take away that spot from FaZe? And I'm pretty sure those teams, the crowd's favorite, like Seventh Element, Fourth Thrives, and we got ASI 8. I'm pretty sure they were able to secure a spot in the top 16. Chorix, what do you think?
I do believe, yes, those names did manage to secure the top spot, but my main concerning factor is, did Spins that got replaced by 4 Miracle Vibes,
Oh,
did they manage to secure their top 16 into the very grand finals, or they're not going to be able to qualify because they played the yesterday matches and the today's matches? And might I remind you, ladies and gentlemen, the first day that was given to the 4 Miracle Vibes, any amount of points that they managed to secure, it will not be added on it. So they have a clean slate. That's why they played the full 6 matches today and the yesterday one.
See, that was actually what I was about to ask you. If the points, from the side of former Vibes was actually awarded to Spins because they played only day number 2, right? So, yeah, if they secure a spot in the top 16, man, hands, up. I was about hands down, but hands up, okay? Hands up, for the side of Spin here. I mean, but coming back into a DRS, if this is the kind of power that we do expect them coming into 2025, oh, this could be amazing. I'm telling you, there's a lot of teams that haven't revealed their roster just yet. There are also players that transferred to another team here that we don't know just yet because, again, they don't want to reveal anything, to us just yet for 2025. And again, seeing DRS perform in this kind of way is a special treat, especially for Nepal.
But that is true. That is true. Remember, the 4 Miracle Vibes, let me tell you guys that on the day number 1, they only managed to secure somewhere between, I think, 13 points. So they had the 13 points. But ladies and gentlemen, we have the call. We are definitely going for the top fraggers first and foremost. The overall top players of the playoffs are three of the DRS's player. Delta with a total of 30 elimination. XMPL with 22. We have Killer YT with 22 as well. But between that, on the number 3rd, we have that guy number 4. Max is definitely going to be happy to see that guy at least, at the very least, on the leaderboard. But on the number 5, it is no less than 4th Rise IQ.
And again, given the stats that I can see on the screen here, especially the fact that we got 3 players come from DRS, right? Being part of the overall the top performance is very promising. And just look at that. Even the MVP title was secured by Delta. And this is such like a phenomenal performance coming from this player alone. We've seen him explode, not just in Miramar, but also in the previous ERANGLE that we've just had a while ago. Especially that, the final 3 teams that were battling it out inside ERANGLE, Spins, Demon Esports, and Delta. The way that he handled that situation is, I don't know, next level, I can say. He is a different beast.
Oh yeah, it definitely is the case. But the one thing still remains. Even Delta with a 30 elimination now, does it, or like, do they still manage to get their hands in the top? At least not if top 1, top 3 spots. But we have the overall.
Oh
and
my
it is
goodness!
DRS on the hashtag number 147 points that they managed to secure for themselves, out of which, look at the elimination number. They have the highest of them all, 95. They are 5 behind, a triple digit on those elimination. And the amount of WWCDs, 5 of them. This is a very big boy number.
Oh yeah, definitely. the power definitely shifted into Stallions Series playoffs, ladies and gents. DRS, with their dominant performance and a final score of 147 points, has dethroned FaZe. They've climbed all the way to the top, pushing FaZe Clan down to third. This is a seismic shift in the standings, I can tell you. And 1-for-1 official, I mean, commendable performance as well. Day one, they started off really strong, and they were able to bring that same energy, back to the final matches for this evening. And Valerian Esports, TKS, MS as well, Knockout 4, Thrive 7 Element. These are your strong performing teams from the get-go, honestly speaking. And unfortunately, though, we have to send or say our goodbyes to, like, I cannot even believe this, Taurus, ASI 8. ASI 8 did not quite make it, only by 2 points up against Spins. This is a headliner, to be honest. Spins, as we mentioned just a while ago, they did join us on day number 2 of the playoffs here, but they were able to secure a spot here to play for the grand finals. Unfortunately, though, for the fans, and I know how passionate you guys can be for crypto, especially 55 points and landing at 17th place definitely will break a lot of hearts. And we also have one of the crowd's favorite as well, A1 Esports, with only 41 points and landing at 19. This was actually one of the points that we were talking about just a while ago, Torix, with Max, that before we even began the matches for the final day here in the playoffs, they were already at a 12th place, if I'm not mistaken. And because of all the shifts that happened in the overall rankings, they got pushed further down, right? Further down the ranks. So unfortunately, A1 Aero will not be joining us in the grand finals as well. But oh my goodness me, I mean, Spins, what a quintessential, I can say that was like a chef's kiss performance, for the side of Spins. I mean, considering that they weren't able to play that match or like that much, when it comes to like day number 1 of the playoffs, but they still managed to get in there.
They still did. They definitely did. They definitely managed to like secure their spot into the top 16. Sadly for ASI 8, they fell short at 2 points and not a huge margin. And this shows of those early elimination that ASI 8, which should not have been done by them. This was one of a play that ASI 8 should not have done. But right now, Andy, I think it's about time. The playoffs has came to a conclusion. Group A have played the 12 matches. Group B played their 12 matches. Group C played their 12 matches. We saw the top 16 contenders who will be moving into the grand finals. Congratulations to them, and the rest of you, good luck to you into the future one. Do not lose hope. You will have your more chances.